team member of Schrödinger Hat. And yeah, welcome to the third edition of OS Day. This time we're going to have 2 days. Has anybody already been here for the second edition or the first edition? Everybody's new? Okay, you're having some familiar faces. Welcome back, welcome back. It's a pleasure to have you here. So, a few information. This is the beta track, and there's also the alpha track. You can move easily from one to another once the talks end. Please try to remain seated while the speaker is talking to not to distract them and also to cause noise. And yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here. We're going to have an aperitivo at 6:30, so you can have free beer at the bar upstairs. There's also lunch in the restaurant upstairs, offered by the Stellar. And yeah, it's really nice to have you here. We're going to start now with a presentation from the other stream by Lorenzo Pierre and Maciek Palmowski, which we're going to stream it here. And then after 10:45, we're going to have the second speaker, Mario Fiorevitale, which is going to talk about a special talk with you. All right, everybody. Did you enjoy the last talk? Perfect. Has anybody contributed to open source here? Nice. We have one hand, two hands, three hands, four hands. Yes, we had it. Awesome. We're also always looking for contributors to Shrouding Hat. So if you have any interesting projects or would like to start contributing, we also have our personal projects. You can find them on the webpage. And yeah, next talk it's going to be by Mario Fiorvitale, Senior Software Engineer at Red Hat. And the talk is called Dealing with Data Consistency, a CDC Approach to Dual Rights. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. So, is anybody hyped for this talk? Does anybody work with Debezium? No, perfect. So we have one hand. We have one hand over here. Almost. A little bit. That's okay. That's super good. So this is going to be a really good talk to learn about Debezium, especially if you have never heard about it. Me neither. So it's going to be super intriguing how it's going to go. Yeah. Perfect. There are some free spaces over here if you want to sit down. I see here are some chairs, 3 chairs if you want to take a spot. Don't be afraid, we don't bite, so there are 2 spots over here ahead.
Ça?
Perfect. I see there is a lot of people for this talk. There is some spots here free, 1 spot here I see maybe, so if somebody wanted to take a spot. Over here in the 2nd row. The speaker doesn't bite, I think, so you can come forward, no worries. And yeah, I will leave you with Mario Fiorvitale, Senior Software Engineer at Red Hat, and its talk is called Dealing with Data Consistency, a CDC Approach to Dual Rights.
Okay, I think we can start. So welcome everybody and thanks for joining. And before to start, I would like to ask some questions. So raise your hand if you already know what is Change Data Capture. And who are already using Debezium? And who is here only for the Fiorentina? So I think that now we can really start. So today we will start to define our problem, and then we will go to different solutions, and we will see how Change Data Capture and Debezium can help to solve our problem, and then I will show a quick demo and some takeaway. But before to start, let me present myself. I'm Mario Fiorvitale. I'm a senior software engineer at Red Hat, where I currently working on the Debezium project. And also, I really believe in the open source and in the power of the community. So in the past, I made some contribution to different projects. So if you want to contact me, you can reach my website, where you can find your all contact information. So this is our problem. So we have product services, and that stores its product data on its own database. And then we are asking to add also this data to a search index, because we want, for example, expose search functionalities on our e-commerce website. So let's see how we can solve this problem. So the first easy solution is to just modify our application, our services, to do the same operation also on the search index. So every time we modify, insert, or delete a product from our database, we do the same on our search index. This is a very easy solution, so this not require any setup or installation. But the problem is that we want to be these two operations atomic, and since we are writing on two different systems, we cannot rely on database transaction. And so this we can read our solution to have some problem of consistency. Because usually anything that can go wrong, usually will go wrong, and usually will go wrong during the night and the weekend. So let's see how we can avoid this type of problems. Before to start with other solution, I want to give you just the definition of what change data capture is. We are in the area of databases, and so change data capture, also known as CDC, is a set of common software design pattern that permits to determine and track the changes that happen on the database in terms of deltas, and then act on these changes. So let's see now the first solution that is based with this pattern. We are using one of the approach of the CDC that is the query-based approach that you can also see as a batch processing. So what we need to do is to pull the data from our database and move this data to our search index. So the easy solution can be provide a scheduled job that constantly pull the database, take the data, and move this data to our Elasticsearch index. And also for this solution, the setup is minimal. You just need to implement a scheduled job, but we have still some problem. The first one is that we are not able to detect, at least not in an easy way, the deletes, because we need to implement some diff mechanism between the data that are pulling on the database and the data that are still present on the index. Also, we don't have the history of the record states, because we are just taking the current state of the record and updating it on the search index. But there is also another problem that requires to solve. That is, we need to have a checkpoint mechanism, because every time the job starts, we need to understand where the last job run finished. So we need to implement a checkpoint mechanism. Let's see now another approach that is still based on the CDC pattern, but in this case we are using what is called the log-based approach. That is a more event stream-based solution. So what we have a new component that takes the data from the database log and move this data in a message queue, and then we just need to process these events and do the operation on the search index to move the data. So with this solution, we don't have any impact on the application, because we don't need to modify our application. We have just a low overhead on the database side. And then we are also able to capture also the delete and all the states of the record in the database. As you can see here, we have a C that stands for the create, we have a new that stands for an update, and also we have the delete. So we are able to capture all the changes that we do on the database. And also we are moving to a more modern approach that is more stream-based. The cons is that we need to set up something new, a new component on our architecture. And here is where the Debezium comes to help us. So the Debezium is a leading log-based change data capture software. It's a fully open source, and there is a very active community, and is sponsored by Red Hat. And also it's very used in large production deployment from companies like Shopify, Vimeo, and Ubisoft, and many others. But I said that this solution used to keep the changes from the transaction log. So I don't know how many of you know what information are present inside a database log. In this case, I want to show you an example from Postgres transaction log. And so here we have what we are going to do on the database. So we are doing a transaction and inserting 2 rows inside the data table. How this reflects on the transaction log? So for this particular case of Postgres, you have this type of information. So you have the location, that is also called log sequence number. It's just an incremental ID that identifies your statements on the transaction log. Then we have the XID, that is the transaction ID. And then we have the column data. So in this column data, we have the information of the statement that we are doing. In this case, we are starting the transaction. We have also the ID of the transaction. And also I want to know that all these rows have the same transaction ID because rely on the same transaction. And then we have also the information of the table that we are modifying, the type of operation that we are doing, and also information about the column. So we have the ID column of type integer with the value 1, and also the column data of type text with the value 1. Okay. This is how DB log appears, and this can change between different databases, but more or less the information are these. Let's see now how Debezium transform this data. We generate what is called a data change event, okay, and that have this form. I have this information, so the message key that usually is the table primary key, and then we have the message value. Where we have different information. For example, we have in this case the old and the new record state, because in this case this is an update. So we have information about the state of the row before the update and the after the update. And also we have some additional information, like some metadata. For example, information about the name of the connector, the version, and we have also information about the database, the schema, and the table where these events come from. And also we have what I've seen before, the transaction ID and the log sequence number. Also we have information about the operation that has been done on the database. And here you are seeing just the JSON serialization, but we support also Avro and many other serialization. But how you can use Debezium? Debezium can be used in three different ways. The most commonly used is through a Kafka connector. So for the one that doesn't know what Kafka Connect is just a runtime that you can deploy on your Kafka cluster. And it's just an API over the consumer, the producer API, that permits you to easily move data from a source to Kafka, and from Kafka to a destination. So that this new level of API is called the source connector and sync connector. For Debezium, we are implementing the source connector because we take data from the database and move it to a Kafka topic. But if you don't want to use Kafka, or you have other type of message broker, you can still use Debezium using our Debezium server that is a standalone Quarkus application. And you can choose where you send your data. So you can choose from different of sync like Kinesis, PubSub, Pulsar, Redis, and many others. Or you can also implement your own. And also it's easy to deploy because we have also introduced our Kubernetes or OpenShift operator. But if you don't want to rely also on this server, you can just embed our Debezium engine inside your Java application to our library that have a very small API, and you can just start streaming and receiving the change from your database inside your application, just receiving information in a Java function. But now it's the demo time. So here I have put a QR code just with the link of the repository that I will use for the demo. Okay. Are you able to see? Okay. So this is what we want to do today. Okay, so we want to move our data from our Postgres database to Elasticsearch, and we are doing this using Kafka Connect with the Debezium connector and the Elasticsearch connector. So to do so, we need to set up all these components. So we need to set up Postgres, Kafka with Zookeeper, Broker, Kafka Broker, Connect, and the Debezium Elasticsearch, and also Elasticsearch. To do so, I have prepared a Docker Compose file, okay, that I already ran. Let me see here. Where is it? Let me exit for a moment from the presentation view. So I have already run it. Okay, the services are running. I want just to show how it's made. Is the font big enough? Okay. So we have just the Zookeeper. So we have the Kafka. I'm using our images that contain all the configuration in place. And then we are using a Postgres image, Elasticsearch, and just a Connect image that is just built using this Docker file, just because it's a very easy Docker file. It's just starting from our Connect base image that have also Kafka Connect set up. And then we are just adding the Postgres JDBC driver and the Elasticsearch sync connector inside. Okay. So since we are running now, I can show you what is present in our database. So we have these 9 products. Okay. So what we are going to do now is register our connector. So when you have Kafka Connect, you have an API to manage the life cycle of the connector, so you can start a new connector, restart, check the status, and so on. So for example, I can show you using this tool that is just a wrapper of the API. Okay, we don't have any connector installed. So we are going to just install our Elasticsearch connector. Okay, good. And then we are just trying to install also our Postgres connector. Okay, good. So before to see what is happening, I want just to show you how this configuration is made. So this is the source connector. So this is a common way to declare a connector on Kafka Connect. You need to specify a name and a series of configuration. There are configurations that are common for every connector, and that are configurations that are specific for each connector. In this case, we are telling that we want to use the Debezium Postgres connector, and we are giving also information about the database, how to connect to the database. And then there are other stuff that I will not show in this demo, but just to tell you that, for example, here I will just tell to Debezium just to scan the inventory schema. And since when the Bezium generated the event, usually we use as a topic name the full qualified name of your table. So in this case, we have inventory.products, and with the prefix to differentiate different database or different instance of your connector. But in this case, we are relying on the transformation. That is a way that offer Kafka Connect to apply a transformation on every single message. In this case, we are just saying, okay, every message that is going to a topic that match these regex, just take the last part. So we will have that our messages will go to the product topic. On the other side, we have Elasticsearch Sync Connector. So in this case, we are telling that we want to use the Elasticsearch Sync Connector. There are a lot of connectors already available. And we are telling the address to connect to the Elasticsearch, which topic we want to consume. And then we are just using this transformation that is called unwrap, that since we have seen that the payload of the Bezium is very rich, there are a lot of information, but what we want to move on Elasticsearch is just the part that is inside the after part, so the part related to the row. We are just extracting this part, so that before to pass the message to this sync connector, we are extracting the interesting part. So let's now see what is present on our Elasticsearch. And as you can see, we have all the product inside our index, okay? And let me also show. Let's see if I'm able to show you. Okay, this is what is present inside the Kafka. So this is our products table. And you can see here there is the consumer topic, the consumer group from the Elasticsearch Sync that has 0 lag. So our message has been processed. And I want to show you how a message appears. So we have all the schema information about the message that I will skip for time. And let's see the payload. So in this case, we have the upper part. And I want to focus on this one. This snapshot field that is as this value for the last in the collection and normally is true, is that when the Bezium starts for the first time, since the transaction log is subject to retention policy, you cannot have all the data inside the transaction log. So the first time we are doing the other approach, so query-based. We are querying the database, take all data, and this approach is called a snapshot, and move all data inside your database. Then we move to the streaming part. We are starting restring on the change. And in fact, you see that the operation here is not a create, but it's just a read, because we read this from the database. So now let's see the power of the real time. So what I want to do now is to insert a new product that is our amazing rubber duck. Okay, and let's see that now this should be already reflected in real time on our Elasticsearch index. Okay, and I want also to show that also here we have our new inserted product, as you can see here. Sorry. It's better now? Okay. So as you can see here, this is an operation create because we have inserted our product, and this comes not from the snapshot. Let's now instead do an update. So we are just changing our description. Okay, and let's see how it's reflected. Okay, so the description has been changed, and also on this side we should have another event that should have the sorry, should have the update. Okay, in this case, we have also the status of the record before and the status after. I did two updates, so this is why you see the same changes. And let's see the last one. So we are going to delete our beautiful rubber duck because we want to be the only one to have it. So let's now, let's now see. Okay, we don't have our rubber duck anymore on the search index. Let's see also how this reflects on our topic. Okay, we have actually two records. The one is the delete. As you can see here, you have the operation D. You don't have the after, just the before. And then we emit also another message that is called a tombstone that permits you to rely on the Kafka compaction. Because when you emit for the same message key, a null message permits the Kafka to delete the oldest message with the same key. So let's go back to the slide. Okay. So we have seen how CDC can be a very powerful partner to enable you starting your data changes from your databases. And we also see how the Debezium can permit to easily do this, and it supports many databases like DB2, MySQL, Postgres, Oracle, SQL Server, MongoDB, and many, many others. So I have finished, so I am open to receive questions. But before, I want to leave with this slide. So there are some links if you want to know more about the Debezium, and if you want to contribute, we are always open to receive contribution. And I just leave this form. If you want to give me a feedback, it will be very appreciated. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Another big round of applause for Mario, please. This is your trophy, Mario. Thank you very much for being a speaker. Was this your first talk?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. How do you feel about it?
It was good. The first online, but it's not the same experience.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Yeah.
So, does anybody have any questions for Mario? Come on, don't be shy. Perfect.
Hello. I'm very curious I'm very curious to understand if it's possible to perform some kind of enrichment in the line, or this tool can only execute the same transaction on another connector.
Yeah, you can do the enrichment with the transformation that we saw before. So you can implement your own transformation and apply something on your on single record if you want to add something or doing other enrichment operation, or if you are referring to like joining and booting this data, you can rely on streaming framework like Flink, for example, where you can take data from different topic, merge it, and then produce your final changes.
Okay, and in the context of open sourcing, it's possible for everyone to create a new connector.
Also for the Kafka Connect, you can create your own connector.
Okay, thanks.
Any more questions?
In the search JSON file, the password, the credential, user, and password are in plain text. There is a way to load from like environment variables.
As far as I know, I think no. Also because this file is just for the first time registration, so it's a file that you need to provide for register it for the first time. So usually you should not provide it in an unsafe way. But I honestly, I don't know if there is this possibility. Maybe yes, but I'm not aware of it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect. Anybody else? Another question? Perfect.
Hi. I might have been technical enough for the details, but I understood in your third flow that you got the trigger for the change from the log, right? There is a database log somewhere here.
Yeah.
So I was curious to understand if, because for sure we need a trigger, like this record has changed, but can you have the same trigger just comparing your database with the index, or you necessarily need the log from the database?
I don't
Is my question
understand.
clear?
No.
No, okay. You know that the record has changed.
Okay.
You can detect this from the database log.
Yeah.
Yes. Or if in case you don't have the database log, can you compare your new record, the database versus the index?
Yeah, but you are in this
I
other
am in this
approach.
scenario here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to do it in your own.
Okay. So the best practice is that you detect the change from a database
And just
level.
reflect it on the
Okay, got
index.
it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Does anybody have any other questions? Here we go. All the way at the back. Tukutun, tukutun, tukutun.
Maybe I'm getting into too much into the DB log part, but do you know if we can add some sort of metadata when we run the query so that it appears on the DB log and we can add more information into whatever secondary source that we have? Or if we can't do that, can we add more data asynchronously? For example, if we do some sort of update, let's say, and we want to add who was the user or who was the responsible for doing that update, which is something that doesn't normally appear on SQL. Can we add that data synchronously or maybe pulling from the database?
You are asking if you can add data directly on the log. No.
Okay.
But for example, Postgres has the ability to insert programmatically some changes on the transaction log. But
Okay.
as I know, only Postgres has this feature as of now.
Okay.
So you can just use a function to write directly on the transaction log.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. So I do have two questions from my own. The first one, how much would it cost for a software engineer? How much knowledge should a software engineer have to move to Debezium to utilize it?
I need to say that yesterday was my first year on this project, and so I just made a lot of contribution because we have a very good documentation and also we have a very powerful community. So if you ask something on our Zurich chat, you will be sure that someone will answer you and will guide you with different aspects. We have also contribution from Google that created their own connector for the spanner. So we are going to help anyone. So it's easy. At least you need to know something about this area, but it's not so difficult, except for the part that are very near to the transaction log. But mainly, it's easy to start.
Perfect. All right, give it up for Mario once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
In a few minutes, we're going to have a new speaker, Roman. So if you want to change rooms, it's going to be the opportunity to do it. And yeah, see each other in 5-10 minutes. All right, everybody, we're about to start. Please take your seats. Keep your hands and feet inside of the vehicle all the times, please. We're gonna have Roman Kravoninko talking for us, sharing his knowledge. He's a senior software engineer at Victoria Matrix. Perfect. There are some spots over there free if you want to sit down. I see one here that's with a jacket. I don't know if somebody left the jacket there. Perfect. Did you enjoy Mario talk before? Come on, don't be shy. Did you enjoy the talk? Perfect. I like that. Awesome. We are really glad to offer you a pretty varied talks throughout the day. It's pretty special for us to do this for you. We love open source, and it's also really nice for us to share our love to you. Okay, so Roman is going to present the talk, Monitoring of Monitoring in Open Source Project.
Yeah, hello everyone, and welcome to my talk. I know it sounds a bit silly, but you will get it in the end. And I know it could be hard to see the slides from the last row, so you can scan the QR code and you will get this presentation on your phone, so you can check the slides. So my name is Roman. I'm a software engineer. You need time, sorry. Yeah, take your time. Okay. Okay, cool. My name is Roman. I'm a software engineer. I have experience about 10 years or something like that. And the last couple of years, I'm working on an open source project called Victoria Matrix, and it's dedicated to monitoring. Please follow me on Twitter and on GitHub. Victoria Matrix is, as I said, open source project and also a monitoring solution. It's available on GitHub under Apache 2 license. It has pretty good community and big companies using it, so take a look if you have time. What this talk will be about? Well, mostly about maintaining open source projects, but it also touches monitoring of complex distributed systems, and people who are familiar with Prometheus or Grafana or Victoria Matrix will find it the most interesting. Okay, how open source project should look like? Well, if you think of good example of an open source project, you probably will think about something like Kubernetes or Prometheus. And if you will try to describe it to a friend, you will likely say that they have really rich, extensive documentation. They have many examples. They have transparent roadmap, guides, and a little bit of code, which actually makes the project to work. But what it usually looks like this. There is a developer. He has some code. It works on his machine. So he deploys it to GitHub. And probably there are some other people who can try to run this code. Maybe this code will even have one README file with 10 lines explaining how to launch it, and that's all. And if there will be a community or users of this project, they will start having questions. And they will ask how to use this project for my scenario, why my config doesn't work, why it is exiting so fast or whatever. And because the project is black box, those answers will be directed to the maintainer, to developer. If there is no documentation, then maintainer is documentation. And with time, when popularity of the project will grow, developer will feel overwhelmed because he will need to spend all his time to answer these questions, and everyone will get upset. Developer will be upset, he is overloaded, he can't write code, he needs to answer questions. People will get upset because they can't trust this project, they waiting too long, they don't get answers fast enough. And the project will be upset because it could be a really brilliant piece of code, it can be perfect, but people can't trust it and they will not using it because it's black box. So what we need to do, we need to make it transparent. We need to reduce this number of questions and put user in the loop where user can not only generate those questions, but find answers to those questions. And in this loop, the community can help you with documentation, with examples, with sharing their stories. And then as a developer, as a maintainer, you can do what you like to do. So from my experience, to answer some complex questions from a user, we need two things. Well, basic understanding of the matter. Like, for example, monitoring. In monitoring, we have metrics. Metrics looks like this. Metrics are exposed by applications. We collect the metrics, and we provide API to query those metrics. That's a basic understanding of the system. And then we need context. Like, I'm using your monitoring solution. It is OK. But when I put like 1 million samples per second in it, it starts to return me errors. This is the context. If you have understanding and a context, you can generate an answer. So why this picture is here? Well, first, it is really nice. It has a good look. I really like it. And another reason, it has word monitor in the title. A shepherd and her dog monitor the sheep. So the sheep, we have a couple of sheep here, a herd, and it's usually called cattle, and DevOps people call their services and application cattle. So this is some kind of resource you care about. And as a DevOps, as shepherd, you look after that cattle. And you are using some tool, dog or maybe watchdog, to look after that cattle. So it looks really good. It works really good. It's traditional, old-fashioned. But what will happen if you have not like 20 sheep? What if you have thousands? What if you have millions of sheep you need to look after? So probably you need more than one dog. Maybe you need hundreds of dogs. Maybe you need a distributed system of dogs, coordinated, so you can effectively monitor 1 million of sheep. And this leads me to the question, how complex could be the modern monitoring system be today? So here you see an architecture of open source project called Cortex. It is also time series database, and it looks pretty complex to me. It is a distributed system with many moving parts. All of them are interconnected. It's really hard to understand what is happening here. And if something goes wrong, you will likely spend a lot of time to understand what is happening. Thankfully, this is not a project I'm working on. I'm working on this project. It's much simpler, but still, it is a distributed system. And word distributed here stands behind complexity. If you heard distributed, then the system will be complex. So how can we reduce this complexity for maintainer and for community? How we can make it easier to understand? Well, really easy principles. We need to write good documentation. We need to instrument it with helpful logs, with metrics, maybe with Grafana dashboards to reflect the state of the system, and instrument it with alerting rules, so user get automatically notified if something is wrong. But it's easy to say than actually implement it. Let's see how we do it in Victorometrics, and we start with Grafana dashboard. So Victorometrics critical components have Grafana dashboards, and we store them in GitHub repo. We ship it with Helm chart, with operator. We reference links to these dashboards in our documentation, and we encourage users to use it, to use these dashboards. This is how Grafana dashboard from Victorometric cluster version looks like. It's a bunch of numbers and lines. And I can say that this dashboard shows the context of what is happening to the system. But it is meaningless until you know how this system works. So in order to provide this basic understanding of the system, we put some links here. Like you can go to the documentation and read more about this, but usually people don't do this. So we put also information icons to each panel here, explaining what it shows. Here's how it looks like. So for example, we have a panel called slow insert. If you are not familiar with Victorometrics, you don't have idea what does it mean. But if you click on the help tooltip, you will get some explanation. You will get this basic understanding. And we're trying to be really helpful with these descriptions. So we say that the less value is better, for example. And user can, from the first glance, understand if it is good, if this graph is okay or not, based on the retrospective view. We also can say what is the safe threshold here. We can also give some links to the documentation so user can go and read to understand more. Okay, if you ever try to implement observability, to add metrics to your application, to your software, or to build Grafana dashboards, you probably asked what I need to do first. And if you Google this question, you will likely see how big companies do this. So big companies, for example, Weaveworks, suggest you to follow the RED principle, RED method. RED method implies that for your application, you need to look after 3 signals: rate, errors, and duration. For example, if you have some HTTP server, then served requests per second, the rate, errors are failed requests, and duration is the latency of requests. So you can add these metrics to your application. You can put those metrics on the Grafana dashboard. Google suggests you to do the same thing with 4 golden signals, but they also add saturation signal, which usually is about how my network is saturated, how much CPU I use, how much memory I use. You can also put this on the Grafana dashboard. It will be meaningful, it will be helpful, but it doesn't answer on the question why. Why my resources are saturated? Why I have so many errors? Why requests taking too much time? So in dashboards for Victoria metrics, I'm trying to explain, to create a user journey. So a user can use hints and suggestions to go to the root cause. For example, this is a real case from our sandbox. Something happens to ingestion rate, and based on this, user doesn't know yet how system works, but he can click on the tooltip and check that that for ingestion there is a separate component responsible for ingestion. It is called VM insert. So maybe you want to check VM insert metrics. Before reading this, user understanding was that there is just a Victoria metrics. It accepts writes, and that's all. That's what I know about the system. But after this, I now know that there is a VM insert, and we will go and check VM insert metrics. And in VM insert metrics, we see another anomaly and another explanation what it could cause it. So for example, this, we see that, well, if you see this anomaly, then probably you need to check CPU usage of VM insert. Maybe it is overloaded. If it is not overloaded, you need to go check VM storage metrics. So we go to VM insert, we check its CPU usage, and it looks not overwhelmed. It looks even lower than before, so probably something else happened. We go to VM storage metrics, and we see anomaly of merge speed. It doesn't matter yet what merge speed actually means, but it will suggest you that CPU and I/O was saturated during extensive background mutation of files on disks with further recommendations. But yet here on this stage, you will have better understanding what's happening. Writes go to VM insert. VM insert can write to one of VM storages. Here's the bottleneck. So that's a journey which helps a person to understand, to look through the metrics, to look through the code and understand what is happening to the system, to see the root cause. Okay, so I spent probably those dashboards that I showed, I created them like 2 or 3 years ago. And since then, I discovered cool features that you can use in your Grafana dashboards. So one of them is these tooltips that I showed you before, and I recommend to use them and put really meaningful description here. So for example, we have some panel slow queries. You don't know what it means, but in the description, you will see the explanation what it is, which setting is responsible for it, what is default value, and how you need to understand this panel. Like the less value is better, for example. Another thing, resource saturation. So here are 2 important things. First, Victoria metrics cluster consists of these 3 components, and each component can be represented by arbitrary number of instances. You can have 20 storages, 50 VM selects, 10 VM inserts, etc. But here on the graph, we show only 3 lines. We select only those components which are the outliers, which are having the max saturation. And this graph will look similarly similarly to installations with small number of instances and installations with thousands of instances. And looking at this, you can instantly see that if there is an outlier and if you need to investigate more. And another thing, we do not show the absolute values, we show percentage values, because it's much easier to say if resource is saturated when you see the percentage usage instead of gigs of RAM. So if you identify the outlier, you can then use drill down option. In Grafana, you can define a special drill down option which will take user with filters to another page, to the custom panel. So if you want to see the real usage of memory, you can click on drill down and you will be taken to the panel with detailed overview where you can check if like maybe only one VM storage consumes too much memory and the rest are fine. And you can use this information for further troubleshooting. Another thing, non-default flags. So Victrometric components are configured mostly with command line flags. Command line flags usually have really good defaults, and these defaults are responsible for cache size, for max memory usage, for max query complexity, etc. And we usually do not recommend change them. But when user wants, they can change, they can set arbitrary values for that, and no one can stop them from doing this. And usually this is a source of problems when user don't understand what he is changing. So here we can see what was overridden by a user. And how we do this, each command line flag in Victrometrics is exposed via metric called flag, and it has a label isSet. So isSet will be equal to true if user has overridden it. And we can instantly see what is the custom configuration of this installation. Another thing, annotations. So usually software starts to break when you update the version of it. And we have an annotation which will display exactly the time when Victrometrics component, any Victrometrics component was updated. And with this annotation, you will have this blue dotted line showing the moment of time when something changed. And if after the change you see service degradation, ingestion rate dropped, or memory usage increased, well, you can quickly deduct that it is caused by software update. So maybe the first thing you need to do is to roll back and then investigate. You don't need to spend hours of troubleshooting. You can see it instantly, thankfully to this annotation. Another annotation, process restarts. It's also track if any of the components were restarted, and we'll show this on the graph. And components could restart when user changed some flag, or maybe there was an out-of-memory exception, etc. So still it helps you to correlate the events of the changes. We also track a number of logs generated by Victrometrics components. So when component gets overloaded with, for example, bad requests, you will see the spike in logs, and you can go and read those logs. But if you don't see, if you don't have access to those logs, you can still have the line of code which generated the error line. And you can go to the source code on the GitHub and check to which error this log is related to. Alerting rules. So as with dashboards, all the critical Victrometrics components are shipped with recommended alerting rules. Those rules are supposed to track critical metrics and notify user with a good message, and this message should contain a context and a basic understanding of what is happening. So here's how alerting rule looks like. For user, it's not important the title, the expression, and other settings. What is important is the summary and description. And this summary and description should contain enough information for user to understand what is happening, what are the consequences, and what he can do with this. So this is the basic understanding of what's happening, and the context is the dashboard link. So this link will take user to the same dashboard that I showed you a few minutes ago. And if user will click on it, he will be taken to exact moment of time when this annotation was generated, and the panel which shows the anomaly. And this gives even more context, so you can see how retrospectively this metric changed when the alert became firing. So you can see what happened to your system and use that for troubleshooting. We also do this via annotations on the dashboards. Okay, documentation. So we pay a lot of attention to documentation, and in our project it contains like 51,000 of lines. It is not like we every day add a new guide or new example, not like this, but we usually, we frequently update the documentation. We try to keep it fresh and consistent. And how we do this? Well, we accept only those PRs which have these 4 things. First, the actual change, the code change, maybe the feature or bug fix. The second is the test, which will verify this change works. The third is the update of documentation. So if you introduce new feature, well, you need to explain this feature in the documentation or update the other feature that you changed. And also, you need to change it in the changelog. So when we make a new release, users will get the really good explanation of what changed since the last release. Okay. So we reuse this documentation across all of our resources. And we use links to our docs in error messages and logs generated by Victoria components. We also put them into alerting rules. Dashboard has links to documentation. We also refer documentation on GitHub issues and on community platforms. We do this because search engines usually scan GitHub, and they scan Reddit and Stack Overflow. So when user will type some question into Google, like how to solve this bug in Victoriometrics, he will be taken to a specific GitHub issue, which elaborately explains what is going on and how to fix this. And we also want to keep this backward compatibility with documentation links. So if there was a Stack Overflow question answered 3 years ago and it contains a link to the docs, we need to make sure that this link still works. We do not break links, so users that will find answer on the Google will be taken to the Stack Overflow. If he clicks on the link, it should work. Yeah, and we do really care about our docs and our dashboards because we use them every day. And how we use them exactly? Well, we have a service called monitoring of monitoring. So there are users who are willing to sign a support contract so we can help them with their installations. And to help them, we provide a service where they can send the metrics of their installations to our central database where we collect them. And it is in this central database, our engineers use the same dashboards, the same alerts, and the same documentation to look after those installations. And this helps us to keep it fresh and gives us really good visibility of what is happening. Just for example, this Monday I had a call with one of the clients, and a client was implying that Victoriometrics behaved weirdly. It stopped accepting writes. But thankfully to the dashboard, I was able to prove that Victoriometrics wasn't the fault here, that instance, something happens on the instance and another process consumed all the CPU. So it broke the physical machine completely. Without the dashboard, without the troubleshooting tool, I won't be able to prove it, and I will spend a lot of hours trying to understand what is happening and why this client is not happy. So this is how our monitoring of monitoring works. Usually the system is good, but out of sudden we could receive an alert. When alert is received, someone from Victoriometrics engineers take a look, reads the explanation, goes to the dashboard to identify the real issue, checks the documentation, maybe checks the code, identifies what could be changed, and recommends or applies some changes, and then we get back to the good state. So this is what we do every day, and this is why we care about troubleshooting and our docs. That's mostly it of my talk. You can find the live. This slide is available via QR code, so you can click on these links. The first link will take you to the live playground of Victoriometrics, where you can see this dashboard that I showed. You can click on it, you can see the queries, you can see how this everything is connected. That playground is under the constant benchmark, so it has the real production data or something like that. So it's pretty representative. You can also find all these dashboards, alerting rules, and documentations that I talked. They are all open source, available in our repo, so you can try reading them. Maybe you will find something interesting. And that's all. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer.
All right, everybody, here are the good questions.
Simple question. You showed us that you accept PRs only if they change the changelog files or documentation. Do you have an automation managing this, or you manually check for that?
We manually check for that, and unfortunately, accepting those PRs is pretty hard, and pretty hard from the managing the community, because you can't ask a person to do all these things correctly, because this can discourage people to contribute to your project. So what we usually do, we require this from our engineers, who are maintainers of the project. But if someone third party will send us a PR, we usually do follow-ups. So we accept the PR, and the engineer who accepted and merged the PR will do a follow-up commit, which will add this missing stuff if needed.
Thanks for the talk. So in what way are the publicly available dashboards that are maybe that you listed just here and the monitoring dashboards different? Do you sync the changes in some way? And how do you manage that? Do you just copy JSON widgets around? And how do you make sure like the PromQL or your other expressions aren't broken, that your alerting rules make sense? Sorry, it's 4 questions in one, but yeah, I guess, how do you manage the life cycle around these dashboards and the alerting rules?
Sure. So we are a monitoring company, so we do monitor all this. And for dashboards, we have GitOps approach, which periodically syncs changes from the main repo and get it uploaded to the monitoring service, which is private and not visible to users. But it does periodically sync the dashboards from the upstream. And for the broken rules aren't detected when they push to the master. But when we have evaluation of these rules, this is also monitored, and if something is failing to evaluate, if PromQL expression fails, we will get another alert and trigger.
Any other questions? No? I have one. So, you know that meme where it is like the junior developer says, hey, what is the documentation? And you have the senior developer that says, I am the documentation. That happens a lot. How come do you focus so much on documentation? Is it something that Victoria Metric has in its foundations or personal experience?
It's a foundation mostly. Our CTO is pretty, not maybe restrictive, but he has this experience that projects without documentation do not live long. And he spends most of his time on making this documentation really good. And this is part of our engineering culture. We all look after the documentation if we find a typo, if something is just formulated incorrectly or not good, or if user complains that, hey, I read this part of documentation and I still don't understand. Well, it's just a matter of minutes to rephrase it, to make it more clear and make a pull request. That's super easy.
That's awesome. That's super awesome. Anybody else? No questions? Perfect. So let's give it up once again for Roman. This is your trophy for you. Thank you very much. All right, so now we're gonna proceed into the lunch break, which takes from 12:15 to 1:30. Be ready at 1:30, come back. We're gonna have an open debate about open source. So yeah, have a good lunch.
find a spot where there isn't this. Okay, test, perfect. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of Open Source Day 2024. I'm Davide Imola. I'm one of the organizers of this event, and I'm truly happy to have you all here. So you can. No, devi staccare okay. So without further ado, let's talk about our afternoon session. In our afternoon session, we have Alessandro Albano, and a little disclaimer, this talk will be in Italian, so sorry if there is someone that speak only the English language or other type of languages, but sooner or later we publish this talk online with subtitles so you can have it and understand it more cleaner. But I think it's very good to listen it also in Italian. After Alessandro, we will have Sasha Denisov and with Flutter and Apple TV story of one challenge. Also, Araf Khan with Flipping the Script, how open source AI is rewriting the rulebook. After Araf, there is Sohan Maheshwar, no, complicated name, sorry. Probably I misspelled it. A greener and cost-effective cloud with serverless WebAssembly. And the end talk in this room is from Noah Jelik, which is unveiling WASM Cove, revolutioning the test coverage across WASM ecosystem. Of course, the last talk from Francesco Corti will be in the main room. Here we are doing a restream of the last talk. Of course, I hope you are still enjoying this event. If you want, or as in the morning, you can change whenever you want the room to listen one talk or another. It doesn't matter at all. But I hope you are still enjoy this talk. So, as I said, disclaimer, this talk is Italian, so now I'm start talking in Italian in 3, 2, 1. Hola amigos, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Sorry, wrong language. Perfetto, ok, ciao a tutti. Avete mangiato? Lampredotto? Fiorentina? Po' troppo poco per la Fiorentina, poco tempo, ma non penso. Io sono veronese, quindi. Però stasera la Fiorentina, infatti, quella non si scappa mai. Allora, giusto siamo qui a introdurre Alessandro Albano, che è un IT Senior Developer Java II. Sì, Java I. Ah, scusa, in italiano, hai ragione. Aspetta che ti accendo anche il microfono.
Sì, parla, lui parla.
È acceso? Va bene, adesso il tecnico ce l'accenderà.
Prova.
Perfetto. Allora, dobbiamo dirlo in italiano, va bene? Senior. Vecchio. No? Non va bene? No, non si dice. Esperto, sviluppatore in Java, ecco. Enterprise Edition, perché quella community, no, purtroppo. No, e lavora in Spindox. C'è una traduzione per Spindox?
È difficile.
Gira i dossi.
I giro in documenti.
Perfetto. Alessandro, come abbiamo detto, è un developer. Sei cieco, giusto? Completamente cieco.
Completamente cieco.
E quindi oggi parlerà di accessibilità e come costruire software accessibile. Ci farà anche vedere come effettivamente lui utilizza il computer tutti i giorni, come programma in quel linguaggio orribile che è Java. Cambia programma, cambia linguaggio. Gioca-side mi ha detto che ha anche un gatto, è un gattaro, quindi per forza, doveva essere qua per forza. Mi pare che qua abbiamo gatti a sufficienza. Perfetto. Vero, mi aveva detto che si chiamava Spritz, sì. Da Veneto. Apero il Campari o Bianco si chiama.
Non c'è un open source, uno spritz open source?
Spritz open source va benissimo.
Okay.
Un grande applauso ad Alessandro.
Progettare software accessibile e inclusivo, un'opportunità per tutti. Dall'accessibilità del software agli strumenti accessibili, l'inclusione di persone con disabilità nella produzione digitale. Presentazione diapositiva 2.
Forse non si sente. Al massimo.
Alessandro Orlando IT. Formazione e lavoro per una vita inclusiva. La disabilità vista dagli occhi di un non vedente. Articolo. Lavorare nel mondo IT con una disabilità visiva, assolutamente possibile, una scelta vincente. Livello spazio, conteggiatura spazio, livello conteggiatura nessuno, livello conteggiatura qualcosa. La problematica occupazionale per le persone affette da disabilità visiva rappresenta da tempo un tabù che in realtà è ormai sfatato e superato. Non voglio assolutamente sminuire la questione, ma oggi con flashback expect mal trattino alle albano mire scrivi aperta parentesi a seleziona R seleziona A oggetto editazione vuoto E A B B O V A pro C I A O ciao regola S O N O S N I D R T T A diretto invia messaggio dialogo inviare questo list invia il messaggio trattino email prova dialogo stato connesso essere mal trattino spin via un trattino posta in arrivo aperta tabella email di prova trattino Mozilla email di ciao vuoto sono in diretta Alessandro Woods flashback expect Walter Isaacson 3 Courage Walter Isaacson spazio
Steve Jobs di Walter Isaacson, edizione Mondadori 2011.
Spazio. Lo facciamo aprire con VC. Email posting Alessandro Woods facenti flashback express 5 Courage trattino manuale di Courage.
Questo ad esempio è un software per leggere libri o fatto.
Editors not cover velocitati. Wenger.
Questo libro in inglese noi switchiamo e prendiamo lì.
4. Not cover the Racine API. Instead, you use Hibernate Search, which provides a simpler interface for indexing and searching JPA and Hibernate.
Quindi il lettore di schermo, come vedete, ci fa anche cambiare la lingua.
2.
Quindi legge, diciamo, i testi.
Editazione vuoto, elettrico, vuoto. In questo modulo abbiamo trattato uno degli argomenti più importanti di Java, i tipi generici. Dopo aver valutato la parametrizzazione.
La sintesi si può anche rallentare nel caso appunto.
Walter Isaac trattino manuale di Java 8, pro flashback express works facenti Alessandro Orlando posta in arrivo email di prova Walter Isaacson 3 Courage trattino ma flashback express works facenti Alessandro Orlando IT posta in arrivo 3.
Questa è una breve panoramica, suppongo che non vedrete può utilizzare questo computer, spero di esservi stato utile.
Courage, vai.
Chi sono?
Ok, forse dobbiamo abbassare l'audio adesso perché sennò. Ok, questa era una veloce dimostrazione, giusto per chi non ha mai sentito ho immaginato di come appunto le modalità con cui una persona non vedente può usare un PC. Come vedete io adesso davanti a me ho un PC portatile con Windows, una tastiera esterna, non ho una postazione ad hoc, ma appunto ho usato la stessa postazione per registrare questo contributo. Ecco.
Chi sono?
Vi faccio sentire anche come io ascolterei queste slide, non tutte perché sennò poi ci annoiamo.
Puntato Alessandro Albano, classe 1980, sposato, padre e appassionato di tecnologia, retrocomputer e scacchi.
Allora, parlo un attimo di me brevemente. Io sono non vedente, ho una malattia degenerativa che si chiama retinite pigmentosa, è una malattia che non allo stesso modo, ma porta alla cecità. Chi prima, chi dopo, chi magari molto tardi, ecco, è dovuto ad una degenerazione appunto dei coni, dei bastoncelli, della retina. Quindi io ho passato diverse fasi di disabilità visiva, sono stato ipovedente lieve, poi sempre peggio, fin quando ho, diciamo, perso quel residuo visivo che mi permetteva, no, di avere un'indipendenza decente, insomma. Quindi ho dovuto poi pian piano imparare ad utilizzare i vari ausili, il bastone bianco, la sintesi vocale e quant'altro, insomma. Quindi non si è tutti non vedenti allo stesso modo. C'è chi è non vedente dalla nascita e non vede proprio mai nulla e quindi non ha neanche un'idea, no, del percepito. C'è invece chi perde la vista gradualmente, chi invece purtroppo la potrebbe perdere improvvisamente per qualsiasi altra tipologia di trauma. Quindi quando parliamo di ipovisione o di essere non vedenti non generalizziamo, perché ognuno di noi, diciamo, ha una sua storia e un suo vissuto.
Puntato da 23 anni mi occupo di analisi e sviluppo di software.
Nonostante questo continuo a fare questo mestiere e non è scontato, perché mentre in una prima parte della mia vita usavo il residuo visivo, appunto, ho dovuto poi un po' reinventarmi per cercare di continuare a rimanere, no, attaccato a questo treno professionale, che è un treno che mi appassiona molto e non è stato semplice. Sicuramente questo è il passaggio più difficile un po' della mia storia, perché nel momento in cui perdevo la vista non è che ci fosse intorno a me un ente o delle associazioni, qualcuno a cui fare riferimento per capire come potevo continuare a svolgere il mio lavoro. Quindi sicuramente è un passaggio particolare e oggi come oggi, ad esempio, io porto avanti il mio blog alessandroalbano.it proprio per questo motivo, per andare incontro magari a chi fa delle ricerche in rete e magari si interroga su come potrebbe fare il mio mestiere, potrebbe così smanettare nel mondo della tecnologia. Io scrivo degli articoli dove metto nero su bianco un po' le metodologie e anche un po' le sperimentazioni che porto avanti.
Puntato da più di 6 anni sono in Spinbox e faccio parte della Zava con il ruolo di senior developer.
Poi ve lo prometto che la smetto di farvelo sentire. Lavoro in Spinbox da 6 anni, oggi sono qui grazie un po' all'opportunità che mi ha dato appunto l'Open Source Day e la mia azienda. Siamo contenti di poter condividere un po' questa storia per mandare un po' di messaggi sia di inclusione che di conoscenza, per essere un pochettino tutti più consapevoli, no? Perché poi comunque la disabilità non tutti la conosciamo, non tutti abbiamo avuto modo di toccarla con mano, e allora alle volte è anche bello un po' condividere queste esperienze per metterle un po' a conoscenza di tutti.
Puntato sono stato vedente, diventato ipovedente e ora sono non vedente.
Questa ve l'ho già detta.
Puntato convivo dalla nascita con una malattia degenerativa della retina, la retinite pigmentosa.
Ok, io andrei anche avanti.
Di cosa mi occupo in Spinbox?
Allora, appunto, io sono uno sviluppatore, mi occupo di analisi e sviluppo software, soprattutto lato back-end, perché comunque, anche se siamo qui a dirvi che un non vedente può fare questo lavoro, può programmare, sicuramente se vi capita non fategli fare delle interfacce grafiche o non fategli fare dei PowerPoint, non fategli fare dei poster, delle vignette, ecco. Tendenzialmente mettiamolo questa persona mettiamola a suo agio, diamogli un lavoro, ecco, che è in grado di fare. Quindi questo mi sembra di saperlo fare e continuo a farlo.
Puntato analisi e sviluppo
Sì,
software
appunto.
con Java Enterprise e Python, utilizzo del framework Spring.
Giusto perché il presentatore ha parlato male di Java, uso anche Python, così almeno facciamo contenti un po' tutti. Va bene? Va meglio? Ok, ok. Appunto lavoro in un team, uso tutti i vari strumenti di condivisione e di lavoro, diciamo, in team, tutto quanto. Faccio un po' un mix fra questa slide e le prossime, nel senso perché i tool che utilizzo tendenzialmente sono tutti dei tool che per fortuna sono accessibili senza un grosso intervento da parte mia, e un po' riconducendoci al momento in cui ho perso la vista. In quel periodo non c'era una grande attenzione all'accessibilità, che poi vedremo più avanti invece essere adesso molto di più presente, e di conseguenza ho dovuto trovare tutta una serie di software che mi permettessero di continuare a fare il mio lavoro, ma adesso li vedremo poi più avanti.
Puntato scrittura del codice mediante i software accessibili Eclipse, VSQD Notepad++.
Quindi viene anche citato il nostro amico Eclipse, che se non sbaglio prima è stato, hanno parlato, no, in una conferenza, eccetera, e diciamo che Eclipse è stato un po' il primo che mi ha dato la possibilità di poter continuare a fare quello che facevo, perché tendenzialmente era abbastanza predisposto a lavorare con gli strumenti assistivi, e di conseguenza poi man mano che le versioni sono migliorate, ci sono stati gli aggiornamenti e quant'altro, lo strumento è diventato sempre più accessibile. E una cosa che poi sicuramente magari non ci avete fatto caso più di tanto: quando voi utilizzate un tool, quando andate nelle varie pagine web che parlano di questo tool, in cui cioè le pagine web del produttore o della community e quant'altro, solitamente c'è una pagina dedicata all'accessibilità. In questa pagina vengono solitamente riassunte tutte le feature di accessibilità che ha un dato tool. All'inizio queste feature erano poche, in generale parlo sia per Eclipse, per Visual Studio, per IntelliJ, per tutta una serie di tool. Man mano che il tempo è passato, queste feature sono diventate sempre di più, e di conseguenza più feature ci sono e più noi abbiamo la possibilità di sfruttare in profondità l'ambiente di sviluppo. Cioè, ricordiamoci che se noi vogliamo sviluppare potremmo aprirci un notepad e scrivere il codice, no? Poi ci mettiamo 20 anni, non chiudiamo i task perché magari ci mettiamo 10 volte tanto, però poter usare anche un'IDE per noi è un grande traguardo, e adesso come adesso ce ne sono parecchi che sono appunto accessibili.
Puntato gestione dei database DDL e DML mediante il client accessibile di Beaver.
dbeaver, che è un client basato sempre su Eclipse, mi piace citarlo perché è stato un po' ecco, quando l'ho trovato è stata veramente una scoperta, perché fino a quel momento avevo sempre avuto problemi a connettermi con basi di dati differenti. Questo tool permette con facilità e accessibilità, sempre con l'esperienza utente di Eclipse, di potersi collegare, vedere le tabelle, vedere i tipi di dati, eseguire le query, vedere i result set, tutto in modo accessibile. E sembrerà poco perché di questi tool ce ne sono veramente una marea, ci sono quelli anche proprietari del database e quant'altro, ma questo qui in particolare ha proprio una marcia in più grazie al fatto che è multipiattaforma ed è multi-DB.
Puntato accesso a Git, SSH, Maven, Docker e CUDO tramite prompt dei comandi e shell Linux WSL.
Ecco, è importante poi capire che io tutto ciò che posso fare tramite prompt dei comandi o terminale o shell è benvenuto, insomma, perché tolgo l'astrazione dell'interfaccia grafica, che in realtà a voi è tanto comoda perché vi permette di velocizzare il lavoro, però invece spessissimo a me crea dei problemi, perché non sempre, anzi molto poco, spesso le interfacce grafiche di questi tool sono accessibili, quindi invece di velocizzarti il lavoro non riesci proprio a farlo. Allora tanto quanto quando si può usare una shell, ben venga.
Puntato accesso ai più diffusi application server da file system, prompt dei comandi, shell Linux e browser web.
Andrei avanti.
I progetti in dettaglio.
E in Spindox in particolare, velocemente, adesso sto lavorando con Ceva Logistic per appunto il più grosso progetto che loro hanno per tutta la la gestione delle spedizioni. In particolare mi occupo dello sviluppo di microservizi con Java, Spring, Spring Boot, chi più ne ha più ne metta. E tendenzialmente ho sempre appunto lavorato su progetti automotive, telecomunicazioni, di tanto in tanto cerco di sviluppare per il team degli script Python che possano andare a facilitare anche tutta una serie di operazioni più ridondanti, oppure appunto cerchiamo di sviluppare dei tool di testing magari più lato poi utilizzatore, operatore, che possa magari inserire dei dati, possa fare dei test più precisi sull'invocazione di microservizi e quant'altro. Insomma, devo dire che ultimamente nel mio gruppo sono un po' un jolly, nel senso che faccio un po' di cose, però devo ringraziare per questo, diciamo, la fiducia che i miei colleghi hanno in me. E non è facile, ecco, questa è una cosa che non è scontata, anche questa, no? Cioè quando tu approdi in un'azienda ci deve essere la convinzione, secondo me, di voler che questa persona con una disabilità faccia parte di questo team, e la persona disabile deve essere in grado di mettere a proprio agio i colleghi, e poi nel mio caso ho avuto la fortuna di aver sempre avuto dei colleghi che a loro volta hanno messo me a mio agio, non mi hanno dato le fatitiche interfacce grafiche da fare o le vignette, ecco, insomma, quindi è un lavoro assolutamente reciproco.
Come riesco a farlo?
Come riesco a farlo? Appunto il software diciamo principale che mi dà la possibilità di fare tutto questo è quello che sentite adesso. In realtà voi sentite il text to speech, sentite la sintesi vocale, ma sotto gira uno screen reader che è un software che legge tutto ciò che di testuale è presente sullo schermo. Quindi banalmente, se ci fosse il rendering grafico o in tempo reale di un video, lui non riuscirebbe a leggere quello perché è un rendering, mentre invece tutto ciò che sono veramente oggetti testuali del focus di sistema, pagine web, documenti, editor all'interno di IDE, quello che è, lui riesce a vocalizzarlo. Naturalmente lo può vocalizzare in diverse lingue, possiamo dare diverse profondità di lettura della punteggiatura, e a me la punteggiatura serve moltissimo nella programmazione. E in più, se colleghiamo al PC una barra braille, ci visualizza anche in braille tutto ciò che sullo schermo appunto viene letto. Non tutti i non vedenti conoscono il braille, io lo conosco ma non lo utilizzo perché essendo diventato non vedente in età adulta non ho avuto il tempo di fare anche quel passaggio. Sicuramente, a mio modo di vedere, chi ha così la padronanza del braille ha una marcia in più, perché con la barra braille, avendo proprio la rappresentazione di una data riga sullo schermo, sulla barra, abbiamo la possibilità di muoverci più velocemente e tra il testo e tutto quanto. Alcuni non vedenti che usano il braille, pensate che disattivano la sintesi vocale e usano solo il braille visualizzato sulla barra. Parliamo però un secondo di NVDA, perché se non sbaglio oggi siamo all'Open Source Day ed NVDA è uno screen reader completamente open source, scritto in Python. Nasce all'incirca nel 2005-2006, grazie alla pazzia di una persona non vedente che in realtà lavorava per uno invece degli screen reader a pagamento che fino a quell'epoca esistevano, perché il non vedente ha sempre dovuto acquistarsi uno screen reader, o vabbè, ASL e quant'altro, però sempre soldi sono che girano, no? Allora, se che tu avessi un Nokia, avevi Talks, se tu avevi un PC, ce n'erano molti, tra cui il più famoso è quello della Freedom Scientific, che si chiama JAWS, e poi a un certo punto arriva questo ragazzo che ha questa intuizione e dice: ma com'è possibile che un non vedente debba pagare di più lo screen reader del computer? Perché lo screen reader costa $1.000, $1.200, $1.300. Al che scopre poi nel frattempo, io ve la faccio breve, lui è australiano, eccetera, scopre che un vecchio amico si era laureato in informatica, anch'esso non vedente, e così decidono di mettersi veramente lì a sviluppare questo screen reader. Quindi all'inizio è un prototipo, man mano lo fanno sempre più crescere, nel frattempo hanno delle sovvenzioni da parte del governo australiano, da parte di alcune anche aziende e quant'altro, così mettono su una fondazione, la fondazione NV Access, e portano avanti questo progetto che sicuramente all'inizio è veramente base, ma piano piano va ad introdurre tutta una serie di feature che lo fanno sempre di più avvicinare a quelli a pagamento, fino a che diventa al pari di questi un software che viene assolutamente utilizzato e sostituisce tranquillamente tutti gli altri. La potenzialità di questo strumento è soprattutto quello che è pensato, oltre ad essere open source, è pensato anche per tutti quei paesi più, appunto, meno ricchi. Ha introdotto pian piano tutta la compatibilità anche con il Braille, che era lì, era una feature che mancava, e poi utilizzava di default una sintesi vocale, un text to speech, una voce, chiamiamola come più vi fa comodo, open source, che è l'iSpeech, che è anche presente sui sistemi Linux e quant'altro. E la positività, il bello, la particolarità di questa voce è che supporta anche tutta una serie di dialetti africani, tutta una serie di feature che lo rendono in assoluto uno strumento veramente utilissimo a livello globale. A un certo punto questo screen reader approda anche in Italia grazie al lavoro di Simone Dalmaso, che saluto, un mio caro amico, che cura la pagina di NVDA Italia e che mi ha anche raccontato parte di queste notizie che vi sto dando oggi, perché ha seguito dall'inizio tutta la storia, e quindi oggi siamo qui a poterlo utilizzare, avere un sistema molto, molto solido, molto robusto, che ha poi una particolarità che oltre ad essere open source ha tutta una possibilità di espansione grazie a dei componenti aggiuntivi scritti anch'essi in Python, e questo lo rende veramente uno strumento pazzesco, perché se ci fosse mai un'app che non è accessibile, noi possiamo in qualche modo sviluppare dei componenti ad hoc che aumentino quindi l'accessibilità e l'esperienza dell'utente e gli permettano di usare quel dato strumento. Poi la community è pazzesca, perché il fatto che questo strumento ci sia in tutte le lingue è dovuto grazie al lavoro gratuito di tutti i traduttori che sono presenti in ogni nazione. Insomma, è un progetto secondo me molto 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 interessante e io sono veramente felice di poterne parlare, ecco. Brevemente, io fossi ipovedente potrei usare questo screen reader, come invece potrei usare in appoggio ad esempio un software ingrandente che mi ingrandisce lo schermo, che mi inverte i colori dello schermo, perché molte ipovisioni danno abbagliamento, quindi magari ci sono delle necessità diverse, però in realtà ad oggi abbiamo tutti gli strumenti per poter lavorare al PC. Qua mi sono dilungato un pochettino, ma ci tenevo molto a parlare di NVDA.
Di cosa mi occupo fuori da Spinbox?
Vabbè, qui ci sono una serie di cose che faccio fuori dall'ambito lavorativo, mi occupo di formazione, mi piace molto diffondere le cose che ho imparato agli altri. Vi avevo parlato del mio blog, sto anche cercando molto insieme a degli altri ragazzi di diffondere la matematica accessibile per gli studi universitari, scritta in LaTeX, insomma non mi annoio e cerco, la tematica so che magari dice è sempre la stessa, sì, un po' sì, però cerco al di fuori di poter, ecco, portare delle soluzioni tecnologiche che spesso sono proprio lì, alla portata di tutti, ma magari non le sappiamo, non le conosciamo, e di conseguenza, ecco, sono un portavoce di questo, insomma.
Progettare in modo inclusivo. Progettare accessibilità, usabilità e ausili puntato
Allora,
accessibilità, usabilità e puntato l'accessibilità è la caratteristica di un dispositivo, di un prodotto, di un servizio, di una risorsa o di un ambiente da essere fruibile con facilità da una qualsiasi tipologia d'utente. Puntato l'usabilità misura il grado di facilità e soddisfazione con cui gli utenti si relazionano con un prodotto. Puntato gli ausili sono un qualsiasi prodotto, strumento, attrezzatura o sistema tecnologico che può essere utilizzato da una persona disabile per prevenire, compensare, alleviare o eliminare una menomazione o una disabilità.
Ecco, secondo me ho voluto farvela ascoltare perché non avrei saputo dirla così, semplicemente perché spesso si fa confusione fra accessibilità e usabilità e anche sul concetto di ausili. Ecco, magari questa slide può essere un po', no? ci schiarisce un po' le idee. Perché l'usabilità e l'accessibilità sono molto diverse fra di loro. Potrei avere un'app usabilissima, quindi che è bello, tutto messo al suo posto, si trova tutto molto bene, i contenuti sono organizzati nel modo più corretto, le sottosezioni, fantastico, non è accessibile. Io con uno screen reader non la utilizzo, Assolutamente. Al contrario, non vi faccio l'esempio, ma vale la stessa cosa. Sito o app accessibilissime, ma non trovo le cose, non so nemmeno dove girarmi, ecco.
Ma cosa significa progettare in modo accessibile?
Qui parlo un attimino, se non erro, degli input e degli output.
Puntato per permettere a tutti di interagire con i contenuti e effettuare operazioni di input. In base al contesto, tali operazioni sono spesso paragonabili e corrispondenti a quelle che si possono fare con un mouse o con una tastiera. Inoltre, la maggior parte degli ausili per la disabilità usa questo approccio per gestire l'input. Se pensiamo ad una interazione complessa, come ad esempio un drag and drop, progettiamo in modo che ci sia una strada alternativa per compiere tale operazione, probabilmente non accessibile ad una disabilità motoria o visiva.
Ecco, faccio questo esempio dell'input e dell'output, soprattutto basandomi sul drag and drop come esempio che fa proprio il caso nostro, no? Questo prendere un oggetto e trascinarlo da qualche parte. Ci può capitare alle volte in siti, applicazioni che fanno test sulle lingue, corsi di formazione, eccetera, che a un certo punto compare l'esercizietto, trascina di qua, metti di su, metti di giù, ecco, quella interazione lì non è accessibile, è un'interazione che per renderla accessibile dobbiamo fornire un'altra strada. Stessa cosa vale per gli output, non ve lo faccio ascoltare, ma tendenzialmente ricordiamo che l'output per essere accessibile deve essere il più possibile testuale, quindi dare la giusta importanza alla parte visiva, ma comunque il testo, cioè il succo di quello che noi vogliamo comunicare. E questa informazione visiva appunto non deve essere univoca, cioè deve dare appunto delle possibilità alternative per capire il contesto, no? Possiamo fare riferimento a tante applicazioni, siti, documenti, PowerPoint, oggetti multimediali, eccetera.
Nel mondo IT puntato Apple.
Allora, nel mondo IT semplicemente, intanto vi dico, allora, che ore sono?
14:37.
Ok, sono praticamente 3 minuti. Forse sono andato lungo. Facendola breve, Apple e quant'altro, Microsoft, Google e tutto quanto sono delle aziende che più passa il tempo e più sono sempre più attente all'accessibilità. Vabbè, Apple per noi non vedenti non è una scoperta, infatti abbiamo tutti i dispositivi Apple. Però lato PC usiamo tutti quasi sistemi operativi con Windows. Mi spiace non citare Linux e quant'altro, ma ad oggi non è un sistema in cui l'accessibilità ha importanza e di conseguenza non ci è possibile utilizzarlo con la stessa indipendenza con cui usiamo altri sistemi. Windows, per dirvi, negli ultimi tempi è addirittura possibile installarlo da zero, quindi fin dalle fasi di installazione noi possiamo in autonomia configurarci un PC, sistemarlo, configurarlo, eccetera. Vado veloce solo perché appunto il tempo stringe.
Parliamo di software e barriere, puntato il web nasce a cosa fare attenzione.
Allora, io vi faccio qua sono 3 slide, vi faccio una panoramica, nel senso che quando noi sviluppiamo, adesso siamo più dal lato degli sviluppatori, abbiamo parlato dello screen reader, abbiamo parlato di un non vedente che fa il programmatore, abbiamo parlato di un non vedente che fa l'utilizzatore, qua parliamo di sviluppatori, ad esempio vedenti, che fanno dei siti, delle app o dei contenuti multimediali. Qua ci sono circa 3 slide dove c'è un elenco di cose a cui bisognerebbe fare attenzione quando si progetta lato front-end, no? Quindi tutta una serie di tematiche legate all'accessibilità dei form per l'inserimento dei dati, i date picker appunto per le date che spesso non lo sono, i captcha che alle volte non usiamo il recaptcha ma usiamo il numerino che non senza l'alternativa audio. Parliamo di app in cui non ci sono bottoni etichettati, parliamo di siti web in cui è pieno zeppo di immagini non etichettate, di elementi cliccabili che non sappiamo che siano cliccabili e quindi andiamo per tentativi. Parliamo poi anche di tutto ciò che concerne ad esempio la difficoltà dell'accessibilità dei documenti, dei PDF scansionati, quindi bisogna poi introdurre, cioè la persona non vedente deve andare a usare tutti degli strumenti di OCR, di riconoscimento caratteri, e anche qui sull'open source, a parte Tesseract, non siamo messi strabene. Quindi bisogna stare attenti quando noi progettiamo un applicativo, perché renderlo accessibile dalle prime fasi di sviluppo è molto semplice. Doverci mettere mano dopo in un secondo momento può diventare più complicato, può diventare più costoso.
Puntato l'introduzione dei touchscreen ha introdotto puntato tabelle utilizzate per l'accessibilità come input.
Parlo anche ad esempio dei touchscreen, perché c'è stato tutto un primo periodo in cui sono stati introdotti, in cui le persone non vedenti non erano assolutamente abituate ad utilizzarle, e anche gli screen reader che lavorano su touchscreen adesso, lo stesso NVDA o il VoiceOver su Apple o il Talkback su Google, sono degli screen reader che lavorano col touchscreen. Naturalmente mentre voi toccate lo schermo e agite, no, l'applicazione sotto reagisce, per il non vedente c'è il doppio tocco, no? Prima ti viene letto l'elemento su cui ti trovi e in un secondo momento puoi dare l'interazione. Tutte le cose di cui abbiamo parlato fino ad oggi, molte sono delle scoperte che ogni singolo non vedente deve andarsi a cercare. Non c'è nessuno che quando nasci non ti danno il libretto di istruzioni se sei non vedente, e quindi te lo devi costruire un po' tu con l'esperienza. La community dei non vedenti è una community molto forte, presente, accesa a livello internazionale. Siamo pieni zeppi, che non vi dico, di newsletter, newsgroup, mailing list, gruppi di discussioni di ogni genere, ogni tipo, e quindi è possibile anche creare una collaborazione, no, fra il prodotto finale e la community. Non sempre si viene ascoltati quando si portano avanti queste questioni. Lato azienda, io dico sempre che se parliamo di accessibilità, lato azienda è un'opportunità per l'azienda, anche di business, oltre che anche di visibilità. Oltre, ad esempio, noi in azienda abbiamo messo su un bel team che si occupa di tutte queste tematiche, e quindi abbiamo anche dei clienti che appunto ci chiedono di rivedere ad esempio l'accessibilità di siti, portali e quant'altro. Ma poi ci tengo anche a dire che è anche una bella sfida da parte dell'azienda prendere al proprio interno una persona con disabilità. È una sfida perché ci tengo tantissimo a dire che non basta prendere una persona dalla propria azienda perché c'è un obbligo di legge, non basta farlo perché ci sono degli sgravi fiscali, tanti o pochi che siano, non è mio compito definirlo, ma bisogna volerlo perché la persona entra in azienda, si senta inclusa, la persona stessa deve fare in modo di essere inclusa, essere comunicativa. Insomma, si possono creare delle belle sinergie, anche delle belle storie. Penso che quella di oggi sia una bella storia, e sono qua disponibile per domande, curiosità, e vi ringrazio.
Ottimo, grazie Alessandro per il bellissimo talk. E visto che siamo qua, domande? Qualcuno? Eccoli qua, dai.
Arrivano sempre?
Sì, ce ne sono almeno 15.
Ciao, innanzitutto grazie per il talk, è uno spaccato su qualcosa che per me era completamente ignorato a questo livello di profondità, quindi grazie. Io sono con un paio di insegnanti vicino a me, in sostanza, e noi comunque quando formiamo cerchiamo di formare soprattutto nell'HTML, cercando di avvicinarci all'accessibilità, ma non a questo livello di profondità probabilmente, dovremmo fare di più. E detto questo, la mia era una curiosità riguardo al testo. Hai fatto riferimento al fatto che se non c'è un OCR identificato, quindi non è identificato il testo nel vero e proprio senso della parola, non viene letto. Ma nel caso in cui ci sono quelle applicazioni o quei siti che non hanno testo selezionabile, come si comporta l'NVDA, credo si chiami?
NVDA, sì, lo screen reader. Ma darti una risposta generale senza sapere il contesto del sito a cui fai riferimento è difficile. Io ti dico, se il sito web è sviluppato in HTML e il testo non è selezionabile solo per il fatto che hanno disabilitato la selezione per problemi di copyright o cose di questo tipo, il testo viene letto ugualmente. Se invece il testo è qualcosa di appiccicato, tipo figurine, no? Con dentro del testo, lì bisogna lanciare degli OCR mirati sull'elemento che non è accessibile.
Okay.
A tal proposito io ho sviluppato insieme a altri 2 amici, sempre open source, Now, che è un sistema OCR per NVDA che si basa sull'OCR di Windows, e questo Now dà la possibilità di lanciare al volo con lo screen reader attivo OCR di PDF, OCR di schermate intere, OCR di porzioni di schermo. Così facendo viene aperta una finestra intermedia dove c'è il risultato dell'output, addirittura l'output nativamente su NVDA viene anche fornito con coordinate XY, in modo che noi con la tastiera possiamo simulare anche il movimento del mouse spostandolo in queste coordinate di questi testi riconosciuti, perché magari questi testi riconosciuti hanno un focus che risponde a un click o qualcosa.
Ok, quindi sostanzialmente non solo cercare di avere accessibilità nel contenuto delle pagine, ma cercare anche magari di sostenere anche il contenuto di tipo immagine, che abbia contenuti testuali con supporti alternativi.
Assolutamente sì, questo può avvenire nei documenti Word, può avvenire nei PowerPoint, può avvenire nelle app, cioè ovunque voi mettete un'immagine, o la descrivete se è un'immagine semplicemente di contesto che rappresenta qualcosa, se invece l'immagine è un'immagine testuale, intanto direi molto male. Se è un'immagine testuale ed è importante ciò che c'è scritto dentro, perché non dovrebbe essere un'immagine, ma se proprio non possiamo farne a meno, almeno mettiamoci un bel tag alternativo, in modo che se un malcapitato con lo screen reader ci finisce sopra, gli viene letto quello che c'è.
Ok, grazie mille.
Grazie a te.
Ok.
Salve.
Ciao.
Allora, avevo una domanda molto semplice. C'è qualche, nel caso di siti web, c'è qualche suite, qualche test automatizzato che può valutare la qualità, la quantità di accessibilità di cui è dotato un sito, una pagina? Perché per ora ci si fa affidamento un po' al Lighthouse, che però non credo sia così comprensivo di tutto quello che può servire.
Allora, ci sono tanti strumenti, potete trovare molti articoli che parlano in modo semplice ma dettagliato di questa tematica su webaccessibile.org. Ci sono le suite di Google, cioè quindi i browser stessi hanno la possibilità di visionare l'accessibilità, hanno la possibilità di vedere gli elementi, hanno la possibilità di fare delle scansioni automatiche, hanno tutta una serie di tool, più quelli che ci sono anche a livello commerciale, da noi in azienda il nostro gruppo li utilizza, però io mi soffermerei sul fatto che questi tool fanno un lavoro che è trascurabile in certi casi, perché potrebbero segnarvi come accessibili dei siti dove poi magari invece ci sono delle grosse vulnerabilità, no? Faccio un esempio, magari viene lanciato il tool su una pagina, vi viene detto che il contenuto è accessibile, voi siete tranquilli, poi in realtà questa pagina ha dei form, questi form hanno dei campi che non sono fatti nel modo corretto seguendo le linee guida del V3C, e alla fine la persona non vedente, per quanto voi diciate che quel sito è accessibile, non riesce a navigarlo. Quindi il testing, se siete sviluppatori, il miglior testing che si può fare di accessibilità viene solitamente fatto da persone proprio non vedenti sul campo, oppure vi installate NVDA gratuito, lo eseguite e vi fate un test di accessibilità sulla pagina. Cioè, quello lì è il vero test che vi dice davvero se un sito è accessibile.
Quindi in ogni caso deve essere un processo iterativo di continuo miglioramento, non c'è diciamo una roba che la lancio, mi dà luce verde, sono a posto. Quello ancora
potrebbe
non
mettervi il flag verde, ma poi non esserlo. Cioè, nel senso,
quello,
comunque, giusto per non dilungarci, veramente su webaccessibile.org ci sono parecchi articoli che parlano anche proprio di tutta una serie di sistemi, perché adesso vanno molto di moda anche dei sistemi automatici che rendono accessibile il sito addirittura, no? Sono degli strati che tu vai ad installare e ti promettono di fare questo lavoro. In alcuni casi generano più problemi che non metterli. Quindi bisogna stare molto, molto attenti e ribadisco, se voi fate front-end, vi prendete con pazienza il V3C, ve lo leggete, fate una nottata insonne a leggervi la documentazione, dopo sono certo che il vostro sito sarà al 90% accessibile, perché lo sviluppate dall'inizio in modo accessibile seguendo delle semplici linee guida che poi sono A, AA, AAA, eccetera, in base al livello che volete avere, sia per app che per siti.
Ok, grazie mille.
Grazie.
Perfetto. Adesso dobbiamo andare avanti con l'evento, purtroppo. Se avete domande per Alessandro, mandategli un messaggino oppure lo vedrete. Non so se andrei molto in giro, purtroppo, però nel caso...
No, adesso tra un po' c'è il treno, ma finché non c'è il treno...
Finché non c'è il treno potete fargli delle domande fuori. Giustamente, come nostro omaggio, anche a te ti omaggiamo di un trofeo che ti metto qui, che è un altro gattino.
E vai!
Sì, così Spritz può avere un amico.
Ma sarà felicissima.
Sì, è felicissima. si chiama Shoddy, non puoi chiamarlo Gin, però se vuoi puoi chiamarlo anche Gin, così Spritz e Gin.
Ma perché poi viene a controllare come l'ho chiamato?
No.
Ok.
Esatto.
Succede la nube
Cioè,
tossica in casa.
Esatto. No. Grazie mille per esserci stato, spero ti sia divertito.
Molto.
E un grande applauso, almeno fatevi sentire.
Grazie.
Now it's time to going back to English. Oh yes, I preferred Italian, but it's fine English.
Ok, allora solo l'alimentatore.
Yeah, not a problem.
Sì, solo lo zaino. Grazie. Everything.
So. So, have you enjoyed the talk? Yes, no, maybe? I was sleeping. It's fine. You eat more and now you're sleeping. Okay, I understood. So, perfect. One moment, please, and we can start. Sasha, okay. Wrong name. Okay, perfect. Is okay, perfect. Okay, so as we were talking, now we come back to talking in English, not more in Italian. This talk is about Flutter and Apple TV, and is a story of one challenge, I think, bringing Flutter working on Apple TV. I think so. The speaker of this talk is Sasha Denisov, or Alexander, if you want.
I forgot to change my name, yeah. Because in some languages, Alexander and Sasha is the same name. In some languages, no. And I decided to change it to Sasha, not to confuse people, but sometimes I forget to change.
Okay, perfect. He is chief software engineer at EPAM, I think. I think it's correct.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I leave the stage to your Apple TV.
Thank
Big
you.
round of applause, please. So, no. Thank you.
Another side. Okay, good. Hello, everyone. Yeah, nice to see you all here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a talk on such in front of such nice audience. Yeah, thank you for coming. Here you see Flutter and Apple TV story fun challenge. Yeah, how it's related to open source day. Yeah, I will try to explain it just step by step. Yeah, because another name of this talk is Flutter for Apple TV step by step. So let's try to get started. But before we have to make my clicker work. No, come on. Pam. No, yeah. Don't want. Okay. Let's go this way. Yeah, a couple of words about myself. Yeah, my name is Sasha Denisov. You see here I changed. Don't forget. But there, no. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm chief software engineer in EPAM Systems. I'm head of Flutter discipline there and responsible for Flutter, activities and level of expertise in EPAM. Yeah, also, I'm Flutter Dart GD. I suppose you know what does it mean GD, Google Developer Expert. And I'm co-organizer of Flutter Berlin community. So if you will be in Berlin and interested in Flutter, welcome to our events. We organize it every month. Always welcome. I will try to stay. Yeah. The question is, because we are not at Flutter conference, we are at open source conference. Please raise your hand who knows what Flutter is. Yeah, I should raise my hand too, yeah. I'm a speaker, I should know. Okay, how many? Almost everybody. Oh, nice. I, to be honest, didn't expect such amount of Flutter developers on the open source conference. But Flutter is open source, yeah. Why I didn't? Interesting. Okay. And I prepared a couple of slides specifically for people who have no idea what Flutter is. I suppose now we can just very fast go through there. Yeah, Flutter is a UI toolkit made by Google, and you can develop applications for iOS, Android, and etc. using Dart language, and few nice animations. How it's great. Yeah. So I can skip over this. Okay. Good. And the second question, yeah, please raise your hand. Who is not only know what Flutter is, but who is exactly Flutter developer? Yeah. Okay. Nice. At least I'm not alone. So, if we have at least one developer, maybe somebody else who knows what Flutter is, can answer me the questions. How many platforms Flutter supports? And which platforms? 2, 3, 5. Okay, and 6. Okay, the biggest one. And which platforms can you? It is like a kind of bets. I bet 6. Yeah. maybe somebody wants more, 7 or 10. No. I would say Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Okay. Let's go. First, Android, yes. The second, iOS. My head there. Web, Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. 6 platforms Flutter officially supports, and it's like in production. It's a production support of 6 platforms. It just started with 2 platforms, iOS, Android, and then added more and more. Now it's 6. And it means that we can implement web application using Flutter for browsers only, but who knows about, I don't know, Internet Explorer now. Anybody remember Internet Explorer? And for desktops, but nothing regarding TV platforms. No official support, but we have a lot of them, yeah? Android TV, Fire TV, Apple TV, Best Tizen. I'm sure that it's not all of them that I mentioned here. But I'm pretty sure that I saw some application developed in Flutter for Android TV, Apple TV, Fire TV, Tizen, and WebOS, and even took a part of developing some of them. But how it's possible? Flutter doesn't support them, but there are applications. Because community support. Flutter is open source, and there is an opportunity to, I will say, a little bit increase the amount of supported platforms. And today we will talk about one of them, Apple TV. And today I want to tell you a story of one challenge. How did we decide that we need this kind of support, and etc., etc. And let's start with the first part of my talk, challenge. Once, one customer came to us and request us to implement application Flutter for 6 platforms. That time, it should be such reaction because in that time Flutter didn't support 6 platforms in production, but now it supports. Nothing special, 6 platforms. But if you take a look at which exactly platforms, it was Android, iOS, web, Android TV, Apple TV, and Fire TV, and Tizen. 7 platforms, sorry. Miscalculated. Yeah, now it really. And we had to prove that we can implement this application using Flutter. So we started to think. First we accepted challenge, of course, and started to think how to do it. And yeah, with Clicker it will be much more beautiful. Yeah, but today we're talking about Apple TV. That's why let's talk about Apple TV only, but I can confirm that we implemented this application. And even more, we added WebOS there too. And that time, WebOS we didn't support from the beginning. Okay, let's start. Probably you worked with Android Studio. I like Android Studio more than VS Code. That's why my examples with Android Studio. If you just connect Apple TV to your laptop, you will see Apple TV in the list of platforms where you can run Flutter application. And maybe we are lucky. Let's try just to run it. No. Yeah, it's not a fairy tale. A lot of different mistakes. Yeah, probably I like stay more, but it's too complicated to stay and change slides. This application is not made for this device. This application was not built to support this device family. Relaunching application Apple TV. A lot of exceptions that tell us no way. Okay, why? Because Flutter TV and Flutter application can be launched on Android TV without any additional things. Why? Because Android TV and Android are the same platforms, both of them Android. In case of Apple TV is tvOS, and tvOS is not iOS. It's 2 different operation systems based on Darwin, both of them, but still they are different. And if you take a look to structure of Flutter project, there are iOS folder, but no tvOS folder. So we shouldn't expect that it will be launched. Okay, what if we cheat Flutter and say that tvOS is iOS and try to just to cheat it? They're quite similar, yeah. Okay, first let's go the type of project. Who worked with iOS or tvOS? And Xcode. It's different types of Xcode projects. If you just change template of project and make it tvOS instead of iOS. Let's try, no. It's again build file, no iOS framework found. Why? I can explain. If you take a look to the how the architecture of Flutter toolkit, there are 3 layers. The top layer is a framework itself that implemented with Dart. The middle is an engine of Flutter implemented with C++ and C, and there are a lot of complicated stuff, rendering, text layouting, pipelining, and so on. And this is cross-platform part. It's the same for any platforms. But Engine has one more part, embedder, that different for different platforms, just to connect Flutter to the platform. It's implemented in Java for Android, implemented in Objective-C for iOS, implemented in JavaScript. Okay, web is completely different. Let's not to to take it now. C++ for Windows and so on. And this embedder created for iOS, not for tvOS. That's why we can't launch it. And please raise your hand who heard this very famous phrase of Henry Ford. If the engine doesn't allow to use something that you wish, just change the engine. No, it was not Henry Ford, it was me. Yeah, just let's change the Flutter engine. It's still open source. Why not? Okay, first, the second part is open source. First, if we want to change something, we need to understand how to check that what we changed. And Google added really nice and detailed manual how to contribute to Flutter and how to do changes in Flutter engine with a lot of pages, a lot of information. And there are interesting part how to set up your environment to develop for engine. There were a lot of slides with details. I decided to remove them because, yeah, not going to do it right now. We need a Ninja to build Flutter engine. Who knows what Ninja is? Maybe this. Or this. Yeah, Ninja is a build system. It's made for compile complicated cross-platform systems on, for really huge projects like Chromium, like Flutter or Fuchsia, and even has two parts. Ninja itself, that build system, and Generate Ninja part implemented by Google specifically to prepare configuration files for Ninja. You need to make configuration file for GN to generate configuration file for Ninja. It's interesting stuff, yeah, but there is. And you need to make 5 different builds because you need to build two part of builds, device part and host part, and specific part for simulator, for a real device in debug mode and real device in release mode. So 2 different host part and 3 different device part. Yeah, and total, it's more than 50 gigabytes. Yeah, after my first build, yeah, I was really surprised. For one launch, you need only 2 of this folder, but if you have not really big drive, you have to think about, do you want to play with Flutter engine or not? And then you just need to add your path to your Flutter engine and your Flutter project in Xcode. And it works. You can launch a Flutter application with custom Flutter engine. Okay, the next part, cheating. We built Flutter engine. Then we found configuration for Generate Ninja and changed iOS to Apple tvOS. Or iOS simulator to Apple TV simulator. But no, it was not enough because SDK for iOS and SDK for tvOS are also different. And when we tried to build application for tvOS that was prepared for iOS, we tried to call methods that never were for tvOS. So we had to deep dive in the code base and change methods, remove unnecessary methods, and play with code base a little bit. You understand. not exactly a little, and not exactly a bit. Yeah, because TV is not iOS. Finally, it was compiled. Not very long, 7,900 milliseconds, but it depends. At the time I had Intel CPU, and AIM1, it's much faster. But at that time you can launch build and go go out, I don't know, to bar, come back and check, oh, it was error. Okay, let's fix something and launch again. Finally, we changed 4 repositories. Engine itself, build root, Skia. Who knows what Skia is? Yeah, Skia is a engine for rendering that used in Android, in Chromium, and in Flutter. And we even changed Dart language itself. Because, I don't know, some compiled things didn't work on Apple TV. Okay, we compiled. And after changing in Xcode, we launched. But it was only because, yeah, iOS have no remote control unit. It's just touch screen. Okay. There is next part, development. Cheating is over. Now we need to hard code. Okay, Android TV support. Android TV is not supported by Flutter, but if you launch it, remote control will work. Why? Because it used kind of thing of platform like keyboard. Android supported connected keyboard, and remote control unit it's like keyboard as well, and it's the same thing. So remote control unit is working, but if you take a look to the remote control unit for Apple TV, there are no buttons. But if we take another one, it's kind of buttons, but not exactly. So what should we do? We implemented the channel, connection channel between Apple TV and Flutter. Took example from Android. We checked events from remote control unit and sent these events to Flutter like Android sent from keyboard. And it works. Yeah, it was a question, why Objective-C? Yeah, we also cried. And this talk, to be honest, I prepared to one Flutter conference, and in audience was a developer from Flutter team who implemented this engine for iOS. And he told me, no. First, I made my guess that they started implementation when Swift was not implemented yet. And he confirmed. But he added that now they are rewriting engine for Swift, and we should wait. In our case, we will need to do our stuff again, in Swift only. Okay. But what about swipes? There are no more remote control units with swipes except Apple TV. Okay, we created our own channel that provide events and had to handle it on the Flutter level, not on platform level, and not on engine level, in application itself. But finally, we did it, and we control swipes too. I even prepared a video. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. Just with proofs. Yeah, it works finally. And the last part of the talk, support. So I prepared example that used our implementation of Flutter engine in my repository. There are like TVOS workspace, scripts that make everything instead of you detailed manual, and added some plugins that from out of the box don't work with Apple TV because they're different SDKs. Now it's in progress to connect Firebase. And the most complicated thing, Flutter team is very productive and prepared new version of Flutter very regular. Yeah, for example, the last one was 3.19. So every time we had to update our version of our fork too. For example, the last I did it to Flutter 3.16.9, and when I published it on LinkedIn, I was surprised. Like 67,000 impressions. I'm not sure that such amount of people is interested in Flutter for Apple TV development. I don't know why they were so happy. But I was surprised that some people from Flutter team, like Todd Walker, the director of engineering at Google, very cool. And we'll see. It's the last update. After I did it, 1 week later, they changed. They released 3.19. Yeah. So I have something to do next week. Yeah. And again, this is open source. Yeah, this talk, from one perspective, it shows how Flutter flexible for different platforms, and from different perspectives, it shows how open source is powerful. Yeah, you have official frameworks that support some platforms. Some platforms don't support. You can take and made it support because it's open source. And of course, if you would like to contribute, oh yeah, I forgot to say, you can ask why Google don't just take this solution and make it official. Because we are cheaters. Yeah. Proper way, we had to not only change the framework, not engine. We had to change framework, add proper folder, TOS, do proper support of everything. It's much, much, much more work, much, much more effort. We had no time for this. We had a task. Launch it. We did it. And we can, yeah, this application even in production, and we can support it. But we have no time to rewrite Flutter framework, whole Flutter framework. That's why, of course, Google won't take it. But if open source community decided to take it together and we will do it, maybe they will take, because Flutter is open source and a lot of pull requests, Flutter container people from community contributed to there. But it's very huge. PR should be, I even afraid to start it. I need to just get proof from community, okay, we are going with you. And this time maybe we will start. But now, no, we just support a cheated engine. That's it from my side. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to follow me on Twitter, and this is linked to GitHub.
Okay, thank you, Sasha. We have room only for a question. Only a question. Who has a question? Perfect.
Does Apple have any problem with accepting the applications written in Flutter with this?
You mean in publishing?
Publishing, yeah.
No, it's the same as when you publish Flutter application, yeah, because it's from Apple perspective, it's just usual Apple application, but with third-party connection. Okay. That's why after new restrictions published few weeks ago, that all third-party dependencies should be signed. So all Flutter applications should be updated to version 3.19, because in this version, this third-party dependency will be signed. All other applications will be rejected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As we said, unfortunately, we don't have time for another
I'm still here. Yeah, if you have more questions, just find me and yeah.
Yep. And you don't have to use the remote, fortunately. Thank you. Big round of applause for him. Of course, Sasha. And of course, they reminded me about the trophy, Sasha. Sasha, your trophy. Yeah, your trophy. Your Schrody. No. Sorry about that. So, perfect. We are ready for the next speaker of the day, who is Araf Khan. Just opening it. Okay, we're waiting for him to prepare, but I can introduce him. He is Araf Khan. He is an engineer at SourceGraph. His talk is about artificial intelligence and how open source artificial intelligence is rewriting the rulebook. I don't know which rulebook. I hope he's going to explain which rulebook is going to be rewritten. I don't know, maybe Game of Thrones. There is a rulebook in there. I don't think so. If you're ready, Araf, is going to be a TikToker, I think. Perfect. So I leave you the stage, Araf. Can you give an applause for him, please? Thank you.
All right, so can people hear me? I suppose they can. That is lovely. All right, all right. Let's do the slideshow. All right. So today, first of all, very nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming all the way here. Today the topic of conversation, the thing I'm going to be talking about is flipping the script, how open source AI is changing the game for everyone. So what does that mean, right? So before that, I'll talk about myself a bit because I would very much like it if you know who I was. I'm Era. You can call me Era as in the beginning of an era. I'm an AI engineer at SourceGraph. I love the winter sports, play a lot of winter sports, skiing, snowboarding, ice skating, everything under sky. I'm Canadian, so that explains a lot of things. I'm also a history buff, love to learn about history. Huge fan of World War II era history, any other kind of history too, and that explains why I'm here. I'm also a traveler. I've been to many countries, lived in 4 continents and 5 or 6 countries. Keep nomading around, so if you have any ideas, any grand trips, you know, feel free to share with me. This is a photo of one of the very good backcountry ski trips I did last year. And then this is like another photo of one of the backcountry hiking trips we did last year. But anyway, let's get back to the talk. I want to make a promise to you. And the promise is very simple. Everything I show you today can be replicated in less than 1 hour on your own machine. Warning, this can change your life, hopefully for the better. So all right, let's start with something rather simple. All right. All right. So. Oh, yeah, no, but just give me 1 second. I would. All right, I think people can see my screen. And we do this allow thing. And it shows me. And then I do this. And I do explain. And then I submit. So, please, demo gods, be on my side. Are you? Yeah, they are. Okay. The image shows a man wearing a red jacket with a microphone in front of him. He is looking at the camera and appears to be speaking or engaging with the audience. This man is also wearing a hat, adding to his cool and confident demeanor. Jesus Christ, bro, you know me too well. Behind this is a projection screen displaying information or visuals related to his speech or presentation. Can we vouch that this was a mostly accurate description? I would say so, right? Guys, say hi, say hi. All right. So let's try that one. Except this time, we'll turn off the Wi-Fi, just to see how that goes. The image shows a large group of people sitting in chairs and waving. Appears to be a gathering or even possibly a conference or presentation. People are wearing red wristbands, which might indicate they're part of the team or organization. The chairs have been arranged in rows, and people are seated next to each other, creating a sense of unity and shared experience among the attendees. This works pretty well. Works just on my machine, without any Wi-Fi, any internet, nothing. This fully open source model runs perfectly fine on my machine. And eventually, I'll be sharing how this works and how the code for this works with you guys as time goes on. But like, as you see, I turned off the Wi-Fi, so you know it definitely works on my machine. Full disclosure, I have an M3 Max Pro, and that's a subtle way of saying I'm rich. But to be fair, it might work on like other devices too. So this was like a classic example. What we did here was basically we had like a visual input, and we converted it to text, like basically near real time, using open source AI without making any third-party call that lives outside of your computer. So even if you had an air-gapped machine, theoretically something like this would work. And that brings me back, like the whole point of this demo was just to get your attention. Like I'll get to the actual thing later. But I have a question for the audience. It's like, how many of you are aware of tools like ChatGPT, Anthropic, Claude? Just raise your hands. All right, how many of you use them in day-to-day programming? How many of you use them for just about anything, like literally just about anything you do, like cooking? All right, so we've got a few of those. So the intent of this conversation is like getting the third number really high. It's like getting normal people to use it for just about anything. And also for making it possible for people to realize that they can have all these tooling in like fully, easily accessible open source they can deploy on their own machines for whatever problems they have, and they don't necessarily have to be living within the constraints of the fact that a lot of stuff that comes out from OpenAI, Anthropic, and the other many decent companies who are, again, very nice, but like you can't really use them because we work in environments where there's compliance, there's other regulations. So basically, like when I want people to think of like machine learning and like artificial intelligence language models, I think of it in terms of a matrix of possibilities. And a matrix of possibilities is this idea that like you have a modality meaning like an input data form, and it could be, say, a video form, it could be a text form, it could be an audio form, it could be an image form. And in any of these formats, as you see in this diagram, you can convert one form to the other. So if you have a video, you can convert it to, say, a video that's more flashy. If you have a video, you can have a conversion to text. If you have text, you can make a video out of text. There's models for that out there right now. You can convert an audio to video. So you have all these modalities, and the promise of AI is that you can at least do this one-to-one conversion from one modality to the other, which again is like, from the sounds of it, it's like, cool, whatever. But like, how do I, like, if I have these possibilities, like, what do I do with this? Like, what do I do with the knowledge that there exists a model out there that can do these things for me? So for example, first of all, do I even know that these modalities actually exist somewhere? And second of all, if they do exist, like, how do I make use of them? So I'll give you a class example. Say you do want to find like modalities, like for example, you want to figure out, I made a reference to quite a few modalities, like text to speech, speech to video, all these kind of stuff. So one of the classic places where you can find out a lot of open source stuff to straight up try out any of these modalities is Hugging Face. It's a very standard website where you can find all kinds of AI projects. So let's say you want to try a modality like, say, text to speech. So you go on Hugging Face, you look at the task, you select the modality of text to speech. So let me pick. So this is, I've been told it's a good model. And right away, you can just select a model and you can try an inference. Inference is the idea that you give an input to a model and it gives you an output. So like, what is a good conversation? Let's try that one. So it does a computation.
What is a good conversation?
So yeah, so right away, like you see a model, you see a modality, you can try it out. And what that means is like, basically, every single modality that I showed you here, theoretically, you can just go on Hugging Face for free right away, try it out, and then you're good to go. But it's not just that you can try it out. That would be too simple. So what you can also do is that right below they have this like simple code to just straight up plug and play into your app, project, whatever it is you're building. At a certain point, the price could be like too high, and that's a factor that you have to worry about later. But in the early stage of development, if you just want to try out and put pieces together and be like, try to make sure, does this even work? Is this idea in my head a realistic thing, or am I just making things up? This is like a very fast way to like prototype and put like puzzle pieces together so that like any person can just use models. And as for whether or not you can use them, there's like versioning, licensing, all that kind of stuff which you can find here. There's also this kind of model rating mechanism of like how much likes does it, how many downloads does it have, and that kind of helps you figure out like what kind of model you can use for any modality. Now the other project that really helps with open source models is OpenLlama. OpenLlama is again a very interesting project in the sense that OpenLlama has a very separate promise that not only can you use these open source language models, you can download them and run them on your own machine. And that's very interesting. So if you go on OpenLlama, you go on these models, and you can just download them and run them on your machine. So just to prove that this is not a fraud, I will run them, some of them, show you something cool on like my machine. So let's try Ullama List. And if I try Ullama List, let me try this model, Ullama Run Mistral. I am trying Mistral because it's one of the best AI companies, and it's also a European company. Yeah, it's a pretty cool company. So the whole model should work. It takes a while to load. Okay. What is a sunny day in Florence? Or whatever. I don't know if yeah, okay. So sunny day in Florence characterized by clear blue skies with sun shining brightly, blah, 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 blah. So it's a model that runs without the internet perfectly on my own machine. And as an extension, there's quite a few other models also that run perfectly fine. So there's a model called Lava. The purpose of Lava is like it can convert an image to text, and I already showed you a model that does text to text. So like I said a lot of things now, but like it's okay. It's okay to say a lot of things, but like what is the utility of everything I said? So let me give you an example of like a utilitarian example of like a lot of what I said till now. So let's say you go to So the thing is, like, one of my classic issues is that like I tend to like mess around a lot when I'm coding, and I'm just not like I'm like ADHD on steroids, but like so I have to have like this app, and this app is like it's called Coach. The thing that I use is built by a friend. And basically the idea of Coach is that like you can give Coach a target, and then it watches you, and it's like your coach is like watching you. So let me just actually show you how that works. So okay, wait. All right. Python Coach goal, work on a coding project. So I start Coach. Let's see if it's even running. Where's my logging notes? Okay, the Coach is running. Now, as any as a very diligent programmer, I'll do the smart thing, which is I'll go on Twitter, right? Because that's what diligent programmers do. Instead of programming, they go there. And as soon as you go here, it says current activity involves interacting with the channel, which is not directed to a coding project, right? Thanks, Coach. But he's reminding me not to use Twitter. But I'm so smart, I would never listen to it. So like I'll keep using Twitter, and it's like current activity involves using social media, which is not directed to the coding project. So this is like a thing where basically like as you're using your computer, if you're like messing around, not coding, whatever, like it will keep complaining, making a system call and showing you. So there's like also this like very cool extension of this where it's like you can hook this up to Slack, and then basically like I could go to my company Slack, and then every time I'm messing around, it will send a message to my company Slack, yo, Era is like kind of messing around, not programming. But then I realized like I don't want to get fired so soon, like it's not healthy. So like I'll keep my indulgences to myself. So how does this work, right? How does this work? This is like a simple thing, open source, works the entire pipeline works through and through, just on your machine. By the way, it's still running. It just actually believes that I'm programming, and that's why it doesn't yell at me. So yeah, so how does this actually work? So the way this works is like every couple of minutes, it takes a screenshot. The screenshot goes here. So these are just like different screenshots of like me doing different stuff. Yeah, and it takes a screenshot every couple of minutes. And then what it does is like, let me, where's the stuff? All right, so it takes a screenshot every couple of minutes. Then it sends a screenshot to this model that I showed you before, which is like Lava. And the purpose of Lava model is that it will take an image and convert it to text. So if the screenshot shows you, hey, this person is using Twitter and wasting their time, that is what the text would be from the screenshot. And then it will send it to another model, which is like Mistral, which is a model I showed you before. So it does like this two-step thing. It converts an image to text, and then it sends a text to another text model to do some kind of filtering of like, is this text corresponding to the task that this person said they will do? And if not, then we have to tell them. So, and then you have to do some kind of data processing using Pydantic. Pydantic is like a data processing tool which helps you get like a standard structured format that you can use. And then based on the Boolean response of like, is the person actually doing what they said they'll do, then it will like give you like a true or false value. And then the value from Pydantic is like used to make a system call down the line. So that way, like you have this like, again, it's like a very simple app, but like an extension of this app could be something much, much better. So something like, imagine if you have something that takes like a screenshot of everything you're doing for, say, the entire day. And then you can kind of query it and ask it questions like, what was I doing then? What was I doing in the other way? And just to make sure it doesn't look creepy, like you can make it run the whole thing on your own system. So like you know for sure nothing ever leaves your system. And it's like even in an air gap system, like you have like, you're basically like becoming Orwellian on yourself, which is like somehow supposedly more acceptable, you know, depending on who you ask. So yeah, so basically like the idea is that like I showed you an app where you have Lava model, which converts image to text, then it goes to Mixtral, which is a text model, and it converts text to text. And the whole thing, open source, runs on your computer, doesn't need network, and is very fast. So the whole point of these matrix of possibilities is that when you have to think of these matrix of possibilities for building your own things, you don't want to think of them as like a single line. You want to think of them as a multiplication of these matrices. And if you multiply these matrices, theoretically, what you could see is like audio to text, and then text to video, and then video back to audio, and then blah, 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 blah. And then that way you have this very large chain. And this very large chain, like if you now think of it, now you have like an infinite number of possibilities of what you can do in this large chain. A lot of processes, a lot of things that people do in like day-to-day lives, like that seem like kind of like a grunt work automation. Think of like how you can map the matrix of possibilities to that grunt work automation, and then you can realize like, you know, people basically don't have anything to do. Which again, if you think about it that way, like I don't take the cynical philosophical outlook that like, if AI takes away everything, what are we going to do? I don't think of it that way. I think that like, human beings are fundamentally meant to do better things, so we want to solve the simpler problems so that we can work on better things like art, beauty, whatever, but this is a tech conference and not a philosophy conversation. Anyway, so okay, some classic possibilities. You can generate epic stories. You can generate films. You can generate a complex narrative. You can try to make these kind of pipelines, self-correct, build some evals, build some methods to kind of like correct the mistakes that you're making. You can have a personal historian that like basically like you can hook up your Notion, Obsidian, Google everything, export the whole thing, run a model, leave it running for a couple days, and then you have a personal historian of everything you ever said. And then on top of it, you can fine tune it. And fine tuning, there's a lot of articles on fine tuning out right now. Basically, the idea of fine tuning is that you can essentially have a model that really does sound like you. So if you train it on me, it will say like literally like every 5 seconds. So something like that. It's just like it can have your tonality, it can have a kind of talk like you, can have the knowledge of everything you've done. That would be kind of like a personal historian. You can use it for art, any kind of art, you know, depends on you. And then a universal scholar. So like if you're very interested in certain kinds of things, you can make models pertaining to those things. And it's you know, it really is not that hard. I think people make a big deal out of these things, but even with like no background in AI or like machine learning, you can just follow some tutorials like beep, 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 and then the whole thing kind of works in like an hour or two for you. So that being said, like I showed you like this large labyrinth of like all these models, right? All these models. And I obviously like, because this is a demo and because like I'm taking your time, right? Like I obviously carefully cherry pick those models so that they work, right? I don't want to be embarrassed in front of you. So like, how do you know that if you pick a random model, like how do you even know that it's even a good model? Because there's like apparently thousands and any person can make their own and upload them. So there's like a few different methods which you can use to like figure out if the model that you're using is that a useful model. So one of them is like this ELO rating. ELO rating is like, if anyone plays chess, they're quite familiar with the ELO rating. So this is like an ELO rating for chess. And basically what they've done is like, every time like people ask a question on this leader website, they have like apparently like 300,000 something of chats. So like that's like a reasonable enough sample set that at this high like number of like conversation and throughput, you can figure out enough of a data set to make the argument that like, hey, this model is better than that one. And this is like basically human rated, so it's like a chess competition between different models. And oftentimes like a lot of these models are like proprietary, but like every now and then we get models which will like straight up destroy them in like a specific domain, and those models would be open source. And you can train them and you can use them. So this is like a one standard way to like, is like check where they are on the ELO rating. The other way is like you can, depending on how much you care, that's how far you want to go, basically. So the other one is like human evals. So human evals is the idea that like, there's a bunch of benchmarks, these like classic chat problems, which run as a sequence on like the entire model, and then the response of that is correlated with like an ideal response. So that is another way. Then you can read research papers. The thing about a lot of research papers and their conclusions is the lies. They lie a lot. So you got to be careful how much you trust the benchmarks. There's a huge history of like a lot of models trained specifically to beat the benchmark, but like not actually doing the real thing. So like, again, and the other way, this is like a more realistic one, is like a Hugging Face leaderboard. You go here, you see if a lot of people are downloading it, talking about something, like you see 2,000 likes or something. You know, famous is somehow correlated with good things. Not always, but like, you know, you can see this leaderboard, and that way you can figure out if the model is good. But which is the best way? Like, which is like actually the absolute best way to figure out what the model should be? Is the model any good? And the answer to that is like this. So this is a meme that like it flies depend, like it's one of those things where like depending on the audience, it really flies. And today was not one of those days, but like the idea behind this meme is that like if you see the midwit here, I can't believe I'm unironically explaining the midwit memes, but if you see the midwit here, he has these like 5 different like research benchmarks, which is like the standard way to do these things. And like the wise way to figure out if the model is any good is like just play with it. Like that's really just play with the model for 2 minutes. That's the best way to figure out if the model's right for you. So TLDR, just fucking try it. Just try the model. There's really I can't over-engineer this. All right. So enough with the demos. The demos were nice. You're aware the cool shit can happen. I've done some things that look nice on Twitter, but we also live in the real world, and you know, not the same thing. Okay. So from research to deployment. So now we know that these models exist, but like what if you have actual real problems that you actually want to solve at scale for like hundreds, thousands of users? And now there comes the good news that we have the capacity of being able to deploy and scale models at really high speeds. By high speeds, I'm talking like 500 tokens per second. So it could be something like, it's like what I said, everything in like this entire minute, like the entire minute of what I said could come in like 1 second. And you can think of 500 tokens as like 500 words per second. Like that will be the response speed of like these models that are deployed on these custom chips. And these custom chips are like specifically, purposefully designed just to speed up the responses on like these models. So even though I did prove my point by running these things on my computer, I think when you have to deploy these scalings at scale of like hundreds of thousands of users, I don't think that's very realistic that like you have a machine for these things every time. So there's quite a few deployment services. There's services like Fireworks, Grok, you know, you can use Google, AWS Bedrock, anything standard. There's like any cloud provider would more or less give you a service, and then depending on the model, you have to do this optimization, like which is the thing that fits you the best, which is the thing that fits with your contract. There's tons of open source tooling. There's like tools like Pydantic and Llama Index that make it much easier for you to build pipelines. And pipelines are things like, which I showed you before. Take an image, do something on the image to make it to text to something else, then text to something else, blah, blah, blah. Like you go on and on and on. So you have open source tooling to like make these pipelines, and you have a lot of like deployment support from like very nice companies. You have to pay a lot, that's, but if you're reading this, please do not deploy them yourself. It's too much work. I'm warning you, but some of us would not listen, myself included. But anyway, okay. But yeah, but who cares if it's open source, right? Like if you look at the ELO rating, like I showed you guys like this ELO rating before, if you see like a lot of these models are proprietary, like they're not really open source, right? And it kind of is counterintuitive if you think about it, that like I'm making this entire conversation of like open source AI, but like fundamentally, like who really cares if it's open source, and why does it matter? Why does it really matter that AI be open source? Because like if you look at the actual results of like which the best models are, none of them are actually open source. Not one of them. And I think the open source models are like a couple months behind in terms of the best models. And that brings a question of like, why do you have these things? And I think the idea is like, comes back to this old idea of democracy. Basically, you want there to be enough of competition that there's not this one singular AI overlord that like controls what you think. Because if you modulate the model to think a certain way, then if people interact too much with the model, they think like the model does, right? Yeah, so that's kind of an issue. You want to make things like cost efficient. You want to deployment flexibility, so you can deploy your own things on different vendors, whatever. You can improve things really, really fast, and you can do all kinds of like customization. You can have privacy. So if you're working in air-gapped environments, if you're working in compliant environments, credit card stuff, a lot of these environments would absolutely not let you use, like, not even a million years of these kind of large language models. So having open source AI is like, not just like, it has the traditional benefits of open source, like things developing faster, getting community support. But side benefits is like, you can have like these custom curtail solution just for you, which I highly doubt that the rich, big, powerful companies will do it for you. Unless you have like millions of dollars to spare, I don't think they'll bother with a lot of people. And that's just the reality of the game. And that's why like open source is really important. So to just give you a small summary, we have tons of cool models. We can iterate and prototype between them really fast. We can deploy them at scale. And we can do the whole process while still using open source that keeps your stuff really private. And that's the summary of my talk. But what if I need to do something for day-to-day stuff? And that's like the final thing, the final demo I want to show you. And that is so one of the things that really helps this open source project is basically, I work at SourceGraph, and one of the, SourceGraph is mostly an open source company, and one of the things that we've built that's really helpful is AI-based coding editor called Cody. So Cody can do a lot of cool things. It can like solve big code problems. Big code problems are basically things like reading through your entire code base, figuring out the most deepest nuance of like a random file among like, say, 300 or hundreds of files, and then figuring out the answer to that. So giving you a classic example, I don't have all the time I need to give you the full demo, but I'll give you a shorter one. So basically, this is like, say, this is the repository. This has like hundreds of files, and I just want to ask it like a simple question, which is like, so let's close it. There's a class, so what is the simple chat panel providers class? I made a mistake in the spelling on purpose. And the idea is that like as you ask it a question, like it will go through the entire code base, find the most relevant files pertaining to the question that you ask, and then it will find it for you. So apparently it did, and this is what is the simple chat panel provider class. So it looked at these files. So now it tells you, all right, so I went here to look at this file, and I figured out, so the top level, it contains action handlers, view updaters, it can have chat request lifecycle methods, web view components, and then on top of it, like you can ask it like literally anything about this file. So you can even go like explain what I said in Italian. and then hopefully it should do the thing in Italian. So this is like, the best thing about this is that like it's somehow a blend of like the best of open source world and the best of like, yeah, again, I can't vouch if the Italian is correct, but hopefully it is, because like, and it should be. Anyway, so yeah, so the thing about Cody that's really good is that like, you can understand anything about your code base, no matter how big it is, and really, really fast using AI, and you have the benefit of the proprietary OpenAI world, open source world, which is like private contracts with big tech companies versus this completely like open source, I want to run everything on my own machine, air gap setup. You can do both of those things, and then you can like ask any kind of questions. You have obviously the standard benefits of anything pertaining to, say, like for example, anything that the Copilot does. So like let's say you want to do Fibonacci function. So you try Fibonacci function, and then if you do this, it will effectively write most functions for you in pretty much any language. It can answer any question for you and can search through very, very large repositories and be able to answer any of those questions for you. So that's basically how I want to think of these things. I want to think of like programming to be something that's like fundamentally changed with AI. And the way I think of like programming right now is that like I think we're at a point where we're somehow in like, this is the levels of how I think of programming. So right now we're at a point where we're doing human-initiated programming, where the human is a person who writes the code, who does like some kind of autocomplete, some kind of search and response. That's like code creation, code completion. But eventually we'll get to a point where you'll come at a day where like, hey, I want to install a set of packages in Java, and every time I go through this, I have to go through this horrifying ordeal of like different PNPM packages, all that kind of stuff. So what do I do this thing? Like I say it in like simple English, it tries out like, it repeatedly tries out different packages until it gets the right answer that you're looking for. And that's like a supervised AI helping automated version where a lot of the grunt work that you do is automated by, like one person once said to me, like one of the reasons we made large language models and AI is so that we don't have to do regex. I believe that will be true, that like, and I think as an extension of that, like there will come a day where we don't have to do any kind of like grunt work with programming, and then just be like really, really fast, so that it will look like a day where every product person would be able to like build like prototypes really fast, even if they like can't like become like a full-blown programmer. And that's the world where I want to see, where I think people should be much faster than they are, and I think not adopting this leverage is like only shooting yourself in the foot. So it's kind of like autonomous driving. I think that's the future of AI. So my recommendation for the people here is that like in any form, whether it's through SourceGraph Cody, whether it's through like, there's many other projects that help you hook in your code and your projects with AI. To the best of my knowledge, Cody is the only one that will support like fully air gap system, running on your own machine, completely private data and everything. And they can like really speed up your development, make you much faster, and help you build and prototype things really fast, and then build good software. So that's my advice to people. Try different things out. I have so many thoughts on AI. I live in San Francisco, so I like drink the Kool-Aid to the top. Like so I have a lot of things to say, but in the interest of time, I can. So if you are interested in talking to me, I'll be heading out soon, but I have this. This is a photo of a ski town, but it's also my QR code. So if you scan this, that will be the place to my website. And whichever platform you deem fit is the platform you can use to contact me. And thank you so much.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you so much. So we have space for some question. If someone has some question. No, everybody are interested more in the QR code. Yeah. Because of the mountains. Perfect.
Full disclosure, this was also built using like AI.
I had a question. Among all the amazing things that you showed, when you were talking about the code running in your machine, like the historian, for example, how heavy it's on your machine, that kind of application?
So that's the thing, right? It can theoretically be much lighter. So if you can theoretically build a much simpler model that has the only purpose of like it's called like a terminal helper. So any kind of like terminal issues you have with installation, running React, running front end, making sure like the classic issues of like this test is missing, that kind of stuff, you can curtail a model just to that one. And that model would run on some like a much simpler machine. Like even, I would dare to say even MacBook Air in like a couple months, or maybe even right now.
Okay, so it really depends on how you structure it.
It definitely depends on how you structure it. Like I have the cheat code of my laptop being M3 Max Pro, I get it. But this is not to say that this is the only model. And I'm running like much heavier models. I'm running like the corpus of the entirety of human knowledge. But for something as like the installation issues, you can use a much simpler model.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Or just we talk about skiing? Have you been skiing lately?
This is the first year where I didn't get a ski pass for the entire season, but like I go skiing all the time. Like I'm probably gonna go like in a backcountry or something this year.
Okay, maybe you can do something with the AI for skiing. I don't know.
This is
I don't know if it's still working. I don't know. So if there isn't any other question, I think we can go for another ride for another speaker. So thank you, Ira, for being here. And of course,
thank you.
I'm giving you the trophy, the Shorty trophy. Be proud of it.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you. Okay, just waiting a little bit of changing the demands inside the room, please. Da che ti devono intervistare? So, I opened. Okay. So, are you ready for the next talk? Sleepy audience. Are you ready for the next talk? I didn't hear you. Are you ready? Perfect. Thank you, God. I needed to. I was sleeping too. Perfect. Not for the talk, but I didn't drink so much coffee today, so I'm a little bit sleeping. So now we have this talk about sustainability. He is Sohan Maheshwar. probably is misspelled, sorry.
No, it's good.
Perfect. He is a developer advocate lead at Fermion. We talked a little bit later before the talk, and he said he's a professional frisbee player. He plays in the national team, but he said he didn't get paid.
So not professional.
That's not professional. Yeah. But you are in the national team, so that's good. Yeah, we have Olympics too. Yeah, open source Olympics Day. Perfect. So someone will talk about a greener and cost-effective cloud and frisbees with serverless WebAssembly. The stage is all yours.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was definitely a unique introduction. It is true, I'm not a professional frisbee, I just like playing as a hobby. I came from a frisbee tournament on the weekend in Valencia. They had like 40km/h winds on the beach. Felt like I was on the set of Dune 2. Was not fun. Anyway, the weather here is a lot better. Quick introduction, my name is Sohan. I live in Amsterdam, and I work for a startup called Fermion. Spent 6 years at Amazon Web Services before this, so I've been in the cloud space for a while. And any people who use WebAssembly here, just out of curiosity, are familiar? Oh, very few. Okay, perfect, because I'm going to set some context on what WebAssembly is. But the main focus of today's talk is how you can be greener and more cost-effective with a combination of serverless and WebAssembly. So I'm so happy to be here. It's my first time in Florence. So it kind of sucks that I have to start with some bad news, which is the Earth is burning, climate change is real. It is true, right? And if you follow the space, you'll know about the Paris Agreement, which says that all countries have decided to reduce the global temperature by 2 degrees Celsius, which is easier said than done. And for that to happen by the year 2050, we have to cut global emissions by half in 2030, which is not very far from now. That seems like a tall task, so I think we all have to do our part. Now, the interesting thing is that the Green Software Foundation actually says that the software and technology sector causes about 3% or maybe even more of the world's global carbon emissions. And by contrast, that is about the same amount as that of the aviation industry, which is pretty mind-blowing if you think about it. And this is only going to increase in the years to come because software is at the heart of everything that we do. So it is quite a big deal. So I think it's high time we actually take into account sustainability in technology. Now, there's an old saying that says, if you can't measure something, you can't improve it. So how do you really measure sustainability, or how do you measure your carbon emissions in the cloud? Well, the Green Software Foundation, and maybe I can stand here. Yeah, I can stand. The Green Software Foundation actually has this formula called software carbon intensity, which gives you a rough metric as to what your carbon emissions are in the cloud. So the formula is C per R. The C stands for carbon, and the R is a rate. Now this part is important because this is not an absolute number. They won't tell you, oh, this is your carbon emission. It's per something that you do repeatedly in the cloud. So for example, it's per API call or per machine learning training run, right? So it is a rate. The C can be expanded into O plus M, right? And I promise the math ends here. I'm not a big fan of math, but it ends here, right? So O stands for operational emissions. So for software to run on, say, this laptop takes some electricity via the CPU, the memory, the motherboard, and so on. So the carbon taken by that is the operational emissions. The M is an embodied emission. Now, to make this laptop, there was a factory, there was an industry, there was a supply chain to get all those parts together, all of that combined, and a fraction of that was for my laptop, right? So that is the embodied emission. Now, the same thing applies to the cloud, where you're thinking about the hardware required for a data center in the cloud. So the operational emissions for that, and the embodied emissions for that. So this is the software carbon intensity of any workload in the cloud. Now, the Green Software Foundation has a recommendation of 3 things that you can do to be more sustainable when it comes to writing software. Right? So first one, they say be energy efficient, where you're using less electricity to perform the same function. The second is hardware efficiency, where you use less amount of hardware, again, to perform the same function. And the third is just being carbon aware. This one's interesting. So if you use something like AWS or Azure or Google Cloud Platform, just by shifting your region, say from Asia to Europe, makes you more carbon aware, because how they get electricity sources in Asia differs from how they do so in Europe. So for instance, in Europe, in some regions, there are more renewable sources of electricity. So if there's a workload that is non-critical or it doesn't have data residency requirements, you can just shift it to, say, a Europe data center, and you're already a little more carbon aware. The reason I put up this slide is that anything that comes up after this slide, I want you to think of how it is more energy efficient or how it is more hardware efficient. And the focus of today's talk is serverless and WebAssembly, and how it's both energy and hardware efficient. Now, I asked if people had used WebAssembly. Didn't see too many hands, which is perfect, because a small context set about what WebAssembly is and why it's a big deal. So the boring answer is it's a simple bytecode format. Now, for computers to understand programs, you have to have a low-level instruction language, and that is a bytecode format. The long version of this history is sometime in the mid-2010s, I think around 13, 14, a bunch of browser companies like Mozilla, they got together to create this because they needed something that can run cross-browser, that could compile from many different languages, was more secure, was lightweight, and was very portable, right? And they came up with something called WebAssembly. And companies like Adobe, Shopify, Figma, they still use WebAssembly in their front ends, right? So as the name suggests, it was meant for the browser. And it was designed from the ground up, right, to be portable as a compilation target. So you could write code, even now, in Python, JavaScript, Go, Rust, Zig, C, C++, name it, you can write code in those languages. It compiles to a bytecode format, and that can run anywhere, right? So, and when I say anywhere, you can compile it once, and this could run on different types of architectures, like like Intel or ARM or anything else. It could run on different operating systems, like Mac and Windows and Linux. It could even run on your Raspberry Pi, for instance, right? Because it was designed to be so and so. And any place that has what is called a WebAssembly runtime can run a WebAssembly app. If I say the word WASM, or if you come across the word WASM, it's just short for WebAssembly. Now, the interesting thing is, it was designed to be like portable, secure, lightweight, all of that. And it was designed to be run in the browser. But people were like, hold on, this might make sense if you run it on the server side. But there were no access to things like files and file systems, which is what you need in a server. So in around 2019, there's something called WASI that was introduced, which is WebAssembly Systems Interface. And again, basically, it allowed you to run WebAssembly outside of the browser. So it gave you access to operating system features like files, file systems, networks, sockets, random number generators, and so on. And now you could run WebAssembly on the server side. And the great thing was this was independent of browsers. You don't need a SpiderMonkey or a Chromium or V8 or whatever to run this. You can just run WebAssembly on the server side. And it extended the sandboxed model of WebAssembly, which means it is secure by default. Just to give you a sense of how it looks, you write code in any language. You compile it to something called a WebAssembly format, or .wasm. And any machine that could run a WebAssembly runtime can run that. And a runtime is designed to be run in multiple architectures, OSs, and so on. So I'm going to show you a quick demo using an open source tool called Spin. Now, this is a framework to develop WebAssembly apps. It's completely open source, supports about 15 plus languages. We have Discord channel, CLI, stars on GitHub, all of that. And I'm going to show you simple Hello World, right? So nothing too complicated, because we'll get warm and fuzzy feelings when we see Hello World. So I'm just going to show you that. I'm going to keep it like real simple. So, all right. So I've installed the CLI already, and I'm just going to say spin new. So what you can see here essentially is a bunch of, is this left or right? Ah, yeah. On your left, a bunch of triggers. So you have a trigger like HTTP or Redis, or maybe even a queuing service or MQTT. And on the right, you have a bunch of programming languages, right? So like you can see C, JS, PHP, Rust. All of these are the languages supported by Spin and hence WebAssembly. I'll just choose Rust for now, because I heard people talk about Rust in the speaker room, because why not? And I'll just call it OS Day, description. A path is the path that will trigger this particular application, right? I'm giving it the default, which means it will trigger it in any way. So I'll do that. And oh, I hope you can see it at the back, sorry. Let me just increase the text size. And I will open this in VS Code. Now, anyone here familiar with serverless or has worked with serverless before? Like Azure, Functions, Lambda, quite a few. Excellent. I'll give you a couple of slides about that. But what you need to know about serverless is it's completely event-driven, right? So you have an event, a function is spawned, and you send a response. So in a sense, it's a request-response model. So here you can see there's a request coming in, and there's a request coming out. Let's change that to OS Day, right? That's it. Simple request in, something happens, request out, super lightweight, all right? So I will build this, and essentially what happens is, yeah, this program is built, it's Rust, so a bunch of crates are being built. And if you look at this program, there are only two things you need to know. One is your Rust file itself, which does the parsing. The other is this, which is an application manifest of sorts, which has something called a component, which we defined, which is your WebAssembly module or component. And as you can see here, with the security that I mentioned, right, you have to give access. If you're making a HTTP call, you have to specify it. If you want a file to access this module, you have to specify it. If you want this module to access a file, you have to specify it, because WebAssembly is sandboxed by default, right? Think of all the other ways you've programmed in the past where you have to specify what is allowed and not. WebAssembly by default is sandbox. So I'm just going to do spin up, which locally spins this in a local host for you to test. And I can write a simple curl, right? And you can see hello OS Day. So that is a very simple hello world type example to show you how the thinking in building WebAssembly is, right? You're writing code in the languages you like, which converts it to a WebAssembly format, which is now running here. I can take the same thing and push it to a cloud or a Kubernetes cluster, and with some configuration, of course, this same app will run. So going back to the slides. Now, there are 4 things that really make WebAssembly great and ideal to run on the server side. And I again want you to think of being energy and hardware efficient in this context. So one is binary size. This hello world example that I showed you is just about 2 MB. The HTTP API is about 2.3 MB if you just in time compile it. You can do ahead of time compilations where you're doing optimizations for the hardware and bring that down to about 1.1 MB. I can show you that file as well. So if you do, let me see now, sorry, target, right? I think it's LA, sorry. Yeah, you can see this WASM file, it's 2.3 MB right here. And honestly, you can take a look at how bytecode format looks like. I can't understand any of this. If anyone can, good for you, I guess. But this is the bytecode format, right? Yeah, sorry. So it's essentially just a simple 2.3 MB file. And think about it in the terms of the programs that you've built in the past, right? Like we showed a simple Python Flask app, which did hello world. And the size was, this was a Docker file for that. The size was about this. But the same thing using WebAssembly was just that small thing, right? Like we did a small benchmark. You're seeing a difference from like a 23 MB file to a 550 KB file. And again, think about it at scale when you're building really large workloads about how you can be more energy efficient by doing something serverless in WebAssembly. The second is the time. WebAssembly was designed ground up to have near native times. You, of course, won't get native performance, of course, but in our benchmark with Rust, we saw that it was about 2.3x slower than native, which is a very acceptable speed compared to other frameworks out there. In terms of portability, you build this once, you can run that WebAssembly file anywhere. I will speak a little later about how this helps with, again, being more carbon aware and being energy and hardware efficient. And as I mentioned, this is not directly related, but security is one of the key features of WebAssembly itself, right? As you saw here, any access in or out of for this WebAssembly module has to be explicitly given. So you have like really granular access to this, again, as opposed to other frameworks where it was inverted, where you had to specify things not to have access. So just going to stand up again. Now, that was the WebAssembly context setting bit. Quickly, I think we're all familiar with how cloud computing has evolved, right? Any older folks in the audience, such as myself, we remember the days of a server room, where there was this one room, you had a server, you had an air conditioning, no one was allowed to go in there. It wasn't as energy efficient, of course. But then we moved on to cloud computing, where we virtualized things. And you didn't have to take care of the physical hardware itself. And then we moved to the age of containers, which helped us focus a little more on writing the app. But still, with containers, you have to keep a container running, even though you might not have too many processes that hit in the container every time. And then we moved to serverless, which seems to be very popular, and rightly so, where you as a developer, you just write your business logic. You don't care about scaling up, scaling down. The cloud provider takes care of that. And you can focus just on purely business logic. So serverless is gaining popularity. And again, just to context set, it can either mean something that is a short-lived event-driven function. So you say, do this one thing, it does that one thing, and it stops. But it's also a development model, right? As programmers, we don't have to think about maintaining server daemons or updating software and things like that. I'm only focused on writing my code. And this is great because as a dev, I just want to write my code, but at the same time, I can scale faster and I get more bang for my buck. It's been cheaper, you have better utilization of hardware, and you're saving costs as well. The key thing for me about serverless, or to really understand the serverless, is to understand a concept called multi-tenancy, right? Having many tenants in the same piece of hardware. Or a very crude analogy is, instead of having one massive house with like 10 floors, you make an apartment where multiple people can live in that same space. So you have many tenants in the same space. Now, multi-tenancy is actually a very interesting concept because you need multiple independent applications that can run on one piece of hardware. The trick here is that these applications should not be related to each other in terms of usage, because if one spikes and all spike, then you're not going to get value out of that. At the same time, you shouldn't intentionally be able to affect another tenant as well, right? All of these should be random. The interesting thing is the value of a system, right, in this case the hardware, is actually based on your long-term average traffic that is running on that piece of hardware, whereas the cost of running that system is based on short-term peak traffic. Now, what does this mean? And if you want to read more about this, check out this blog, brooker.co.za. He's one of the early authors of EC2 who now works in the Lambda team. Very excellent blog, a great resource as well. I'll explain this via a graph. Right? So this is a system with two tenants. You have function A and function B. You can see the two graphs here. Their sum is this dotted line right here. Now, as cloud engineers or as DevOps people, what do? We look at the peak, right? These peaks, and we say that's what we are really building for, right? We are building for the peaks. The problem is the peak is here but the average is here at the bottom. For you to get maximum value out of a system, you need to bring this peak to average ratio as close as possible, right? Because most of the time, all of this is not being used. So as you can see, this ratio is about 1.7. The minute you add 2 more tenants to the same thing, your peak goes up, but look at the average versus the peak, right? The ratio is about 1.26. So you brought the value down because you've added more tenants to the same piece of hardware. And the additional second order effect, which is good for us, is all of these functions now can handle a higher peak as well, just in case you need it. The good thing is WebAssembly actually allows you to add more and more tenants to the same piece of hardware because it is so lightweight and so it takes less memory and you can scale to 0 in no time. In the early days, you could run a few apps on one piece of hardware, but now with serverless and especially using WebAssembly on serverless, you can really pack and have dense, right? Have density in your application, in your hardware. To give you another analogy, think of how atoms and molecules are packaged in gases versus liquids versus solids, right? In a solid, you have really densely packed molecules, and that's how you can pack a piece of hardware with serverless functions because WebAssembly is so lightweight. There's another interesting paper that I recommend you all read. It's by the team that built Firecracker. Firecracker is the VM that Lambda uses on AWS. So they defined 6 characteristics of an ideal serverless unit. First one, they said isolation. Like I said, you could run multiple functions on one piece of hardware. The 2 was overhead and density, where you can run thousands of functions on one machine without wasting CPU and memory. The 3rd was performance. Of course, we want near native. Fast switching, this is an interesting one, where you have the ability, when a function gets an event, to start that function, process something, and then shut it down. And to have a quick start and a cleanup of functions. And the last one was the ability, the second last one was the ability to overcommit resources. What if one of the function gets a lot of traffic, it goes viral? Can you commit more CPU and memory? And of course, the last, we need compatibility, right? As devs, we have our favorite libraries, our favorite frameworks. It needs to be compatible. So we did a quick benchmark between a micro VM like Firecracker and WebAssembly. These are the numbers we saw. Isolation, both are already sandboxed, so that's great. WebAssembly by default, micro VMs via the Firecracker virtual machine. This one's interesting, right? If you look at overhead and density, micro VMs were able to run about thousands per node with 48 core, 382 GB RAM, and 3360 GB disk. But because WebAssembly is so lightweight, you could do that with only 8 cores and 32 GB, using just a 100 GB disk, right? Again, because of how lightweight WebAssembly is. Performance, got near native from both, so that's great. This one, I think, is the one where tools such as Lambda and Azure Functions don't perform well. Every time Lambda function invocation happens, it takes anywhere between 125 milliseconds and 250 to 300 milliseconds to start. Because that function has to start, the program has to start, it executes, and then comes back. Because WebAssembly is so lightweight and has a reduced instruction set, you can actually do that in less than 1 millisecond, right? There are enough benchmarks out there, and you can scale back down to 0. The interesting thing is what people do to stop this from happening is to keep something called warming your instance, right? So every 1 minute or so, you send a request to your Lambda function to keep it warm. That is a viable strategy, but that cost is borne by us, right? And again, it's neither energy or hardware efficient. With soft allocation, we know the big 3 cloud really does well in that because they can oversubscribe up to 10x. WebAssembly is new, so we don't know. It's untested in production. Hopefully, we will see this in this year or by half of next year as to how it would work at oversubscribing. And with compatibility, like I said, WebAssembly is OS architecture agnostic, so it doesn't matter. You can run it anywhere. Fairly similar with MicroVM, but it's Linux and KVM only. I have a demo which I don't know, how much time do I have left? Is this a video record? 5 minutes. Okay, I'll skip this demo here because I need to talk about this article, which literally came out this week. As you can see, it says March 4th. Those of you all, anyone Kubernetes users here, I'm sure most of us are in some way or the other. The big problem with Kubernetes clusters nowadays is not the fact that it's not cost effective. One of the reasons Kubernetes came out was because you could handle costs, but there's so much over provisioning of Kubernetes clusters that's happening, right? Again, this week, this article has come out. Cast AI did a did a survey with a bunch of their customers and the Kubernetes ecosystem. They found the average CPU rate was only 13%, right? Utilization is low, again, because we are trying to design for the peaks and not the average. And this is a big problem. Even if you look at Kubernetes clusters with 30,000 or more CPUs, they reached about 44% utilization, but again, that's a very small percentage of Kubernetes clusters that have that many CPUs. Same story with memory utilization. And here's the thing, this is very bad for the environment. You're being really hardware inefficient by doing this. And the reason is, it's very counterintuitive that people think an idling CPU actually does not consume electricity, but that's not the truth. In scientific papers, they have said that it could consume anywhere between 30 to 60%, even though a system is idling. And there is a non-proportionality of energy consumption, right? Again, this is counterintuitive, but the more you use the system, the more value you extract from it. So rather than keep it idling, you want as much utilization of that system. And luckily, WebAssembly allows us to do that. In demos, you can see Spin WebAssembly demo scale to 100% CPU utilization and back down to 0 because of how WebAssembly really is built. And these cloud optimizations, it's good for the environment, it's good for sustainability, but almost always it's going to be a reduced cost for you as a user or a company, right? So that's a benefit that we all can get behind. Really, the story is, I think, choosing the right serverless solution. Again, in this paper on Usenix, you can see that more than 80% of Azure functions are invoked once per minute or less. And a large chunk of why that's happening is to keep your Azure function warm, just to reduce cold start times. And that is very energy inefficient. It's also not cost effective, right? I think WebAssembly solves for that. And it's like that quote says, it is keeping these applications warm, these costs are prohibitively high. I think the industry is sort of realizing this is a problem. You can see a lot of articles about utilizations, about cloud repatriation. Meta also launched a serverless solution recently where they claim about 60% utilization. It's just that it comes with a vendor lock-in, but when using WebAssembly, you can run it on any cloud, right? You can run it on your own Kubernetes, you can run one function on Azure, one on Lambda, all of that. So it's pretty cool. And in the future, this was just launched a couple of months ago. It's called the component model, where because WebAssembly supports so many languages, you can actually write an app in multiple languages. And that sounds weird, but it's actually live, test it out. Go look at the component model where your JavaScript app can get a YAML parser written in Rust and a date formatter written in Python, all working together, right? Because of how componentized the WebAssembly ecosystem is. So you can write a WebAssembly module that exports a function, and this WebAssembly module can be like, hey, I need that function. Let me export that, and you create something new, right? So it's an idea of componentized applications, and this really helps because think of a build file like this where you have a bunch of operating systems there, a bunch of Go versions there, and this is how we package and do our CI/CD, right? Or even here, there are multiple architectures that we're actually packaging and a CI/CD, and imagine this at scale. Now again, this is not energy or hardware efficient, but with WebAssembly, your build file is just the one WASM file, your test is just the one WebAssembly runtime, and well, WebAssembly components are already packaged in a way. So think of how much more energy and hardware efficient you'll be. Anyway, I'm almost out of time. So yeah, for next steps, maybe build your first WebAssembly app, try it out, see how it can help within your organizations, and also talk about sustainability a little more. I think as technologists, we need to start that conversation. So start that soon. And yeah, I'll be around for any questions. Hope you learned something new today. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sohan. Thank you. If there is any question in the room, okay, perfect.
Thank you. Interesting talk. So, if I understand correctly, adopting this functional service model can lead developers to these bad behaviors of keeping functions alive, like refreshing them because they have a slow boot up time. And in my experience, maybe this is not only dependent on the runtime, Lambda versus Fermion or WASM, but it's also because of dependencies of the application, like loading the libraries, connecting databases. So wouldn't it be much better than at this point running long-standing services in EC2 instances, for example?
Yeah, so I'm going to give my favorite answer in tech, which is it depends. I think it really depends on the sort of use case, right? Like, I know somehow serverless databases, for instance, because you're doing so much caching and all of that, is maybe as thing as just running a database on like an EC2 instance. For things that are more like web trigger, that sort of thing, where you need something spawn quickly, run, and shut down, I think the serverless WebAssembly is perfect, right? So it really depends on the sort of use case. For things that are very ephemeral, that you need something very quickly to start, do something, and shut down, I think this is, more suited.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Hi, thanks for the talk. It's a bit hard. My question is a bit large, maybe a bit wide, but thinking about how the world is moving, even the processor makers who are making literally a war between each other, telling mine is faster, mine is faster, and we're engaging, 300, 400 watts for CPU every time. And how do we mitigate this kind of maybe advertising, and how do we go against it while the generation under us are constantly bombarded by this kind of mentality? And I know it's not only about our kind of job, maybe when we do programming or whatever with our applications, but I think it's very important to try to find a way to oppose this kind of thinking, maybe. And it's hard to do that even in our environment. And how would you help me do that?
Yeah, I think that's a very valid sort of thought to have in general, right? Because I think, especially at the rate at which technology is moving, you're just bombarded with all of these things. Speaking from a WebAssembly point of view, the good thing is it's a technology that WebAssembly is a technology that's not tied to a particular corporation. It's a general language, right? Like whatever, like Python or HTTP or whatever. So having that framework of not being really locked into a particular corporation and then having to switch, whereas something like this gives you the opportunity to be in the place that you already are or explore a new place, and then do, of course, your own optimizations, I think is a big deal. And especially given that we are all in the open source space, something like this makes, I think, a lot of sense, right? As opposed to a software that is like extremely commercial, that switching out of is not as easy, right? And the cost of switching is almost as much as the costs you will incur by sort of continuing. So yeah, I really think having that sort of mindset, I think helps, yeah. I think there was one question here.
There are questions, perfect.
Thank you for the talk. You made it look very easy to use WebAssembly, but I want to know if there are some, or if you can give us some pointers to what is the bottlenecks of introducing WebAssembly in a team of maybe junior devs.
Yeah. So from a coding point of view, I don't think there's any bottleneck because you can write in the language you're already writing. You can deploy in the place you're already deploying. Where there is evolution happening is in the sense that WASI, which helps us run on the server side, launched Preview 2, but there isn't support for something like sockets yet, right? There isn't support, there just came support for streaming data, right? So there are some of the things that we use, like say on a day-to-day basis, which is being added to the framework and to the protocol right now. This will improve in like 6 months, of course, but it's not at that stage yet where you can be like, all of these things that I currently use on AWS, I will get with WASI, right? At the same time, sometimes languages also have to add support for WebAssembly. Like how Python works is, it's a compiled language, right? So someone handwrites some of the Python features in WebAssembly. It's compiled in a WebAssembly module and put. So if Python releases a new like feature, that has to be added to the WebAssembly spec as well, right? So those are some of the places. Language support is getting better, and support in WASI is getting better, so it's in a good state of evolution, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there is any other question, or are we going to take a little break because it's kind of hot right here. I think it's because of me, of course. I'm kind of hot, yeah? No, I don't think so. But I think we take a 10 minutes break just to open the doors and keep the air coming in. And of course, here is your trophy. And thank you to be here. And if you have any other question, you can find him somewhere here. Thank you. talk. Say hoorah! Say louder! A little bit louder, louder, yeah. I think they're sleeping. I think it's the only solution that I have. Act 3. I want the biggest hurrah ever. 1, 2, 4. 3. Perfect. It's fine. It's good. So. Whistle, baby. Perfect. Here it is. I think we can start. So, last talk, not for today, because later there is the talk, the keynote, the closing keynote from Francesco Corti, and will be restreamed here, but it's the last talk for today in this room. And the last talk for today of this room is from Noah Yelish. Yeah? Perfect. He is lead security researcher at Aachen Cybersecurity Services. A little bit shorter the next time, please. And his talk is about something that all the developers fear about it. Testing and coverage. Who uses coverage? One, perfect, yeah. Okay, it's a talk about coverage, but no one uses coverage, right? No, but it's
you're in luck because this talk is about.
I think it's. Yeah, I wait. It's. I think I have to. Okay, perfect.
Test. Okay. So you're in luck, though, because this talk is about how bad coverage is in terms of bad coverage support, which means that you cannot really get good coverage in certain systems, specifically WASM.
Okay, he says it's bad. Hurrah! Perfect. So the talk is about unveiling WASCOV. Another talk about WASM. WASM is everywhere. It's like AI. More later will be AI in WASM, I think.
There's a whole lot of that if you ask the Google guy.
Revolution in this coverage across WASM ecosystem, but I have another thing to say. You said me one thing before the talk. You haven't learned to whistle until the 20 year of age. Now you can whistle for us.
Okay.
Perfect, you learned, yes! A big round of applause, and the stage is yours, Noah.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Noah, and yeah, I'll be telling you a little bit about WASMCA, a tool I and a colleague of mine from Hacken made. I have actually left Hacken since. But it's a Apache 2 license, so and it's about solving a whole class of security issues that pop up when developing WASM in one fell swoop. A little bit about me. Right now I'm a freelance security researcher and full stack developer. At Hacken I've pen tested over 120 blockchain projects, and so far none of those got hacked or had really any serious production MIST issues within the scope that was checked. And I'm really into software testing, like way too much. Like I should be a QA specialist and not a pen tester based on how much I really focus on testing requirements, validation of requirements, mutation testing, fuzzing. But those actually do find security issues when you're, blue teaming the code base. I like Rust, TypeScript. Solidity is something I know, and I'm good at, but I hate. And Python is a solid scripting language for me. I've been coding for a long time. It started honestly with Minecraft modding, and then my dad wouldn't let me play games, so he put a password, and then suddenly I had a USB stick with Linux on it, and there's this thing called, at least there was in Windows XP in 2008, called a SAM file, like a system account management or something like that. And if you deleted it, you could just wipe the password off a computer with physical access, right? So I did that, and I continued playing games, and never really thought about what I was doing. I like good public transport, so Florence, very, very nice. I especially appreciate the raised pedestrian crossings where pedestrians go level, and the cars have to go over a little speed bump. Those are a nice feature. And yeah, shout out to Bartosz Barwikowski, who helped out with WasmCov. So, while working at some of the audits at Hacken, I found an interesting set of issues, which I'll be telling you about today. Let's look at some blockchains. Polkadot, Cosmwasm, Near, whatever. What do all these have in common? Layer 1s, meaning that they're the core blockchains, right? No, not really. Polkadot is more of a framework for creating layer 1s, and Cosmwasm is also a framework. Near is the only real layer 1 here. They all use WASM. And how about this? They all use coverage tooling, which allows you to get 100% test coverage score with code that doesn't actually work in production. That's gonna be completely and utterly non-functional when running on the actual blockchain VM. How is that possible? Well, let's take Near protocol for example. Well, Rust does have coverage solutions like LVMCov or Tarpaulin. I'm sure you heard. They don't apply to WASM running on the Near VM. WASM is a very limited runtime. It's still heavily under development, and it just doesn't support, for example, advanced profiling like that. And for instance, you may have smart contracts with payable, right, which means it can receive funds, magic tokens. And that's like a little decorator for functions. And you think they've been thoroughly tested because you wrote some normal Rust tests and you called them and everything worked fine. And you're a developer not really looking at the internals of everything. And you measured the coverage, and it came up as 100%. But the grim reality is you were never testing the code that will actually get deployed. The coverage you measured was on x86 runtime, but there are crucial macros in stuff like WASM bindgen, which simply weren't triggered because they're, conditional compilation, blah, 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 Rust stuff. And the result is you deploy your project, but nobody can call these functions that require authorization, which on Near protocol, for example, uses attached tokens, because those functions require because those functions can't accept attached funds, because you literally forgot to put the payable macro, because your test suite lied to you and told you everything's fine. And a real world example, a client is going to be adding some integration tests to make sure this doesn't happen again. But this got me thinking, I had to find this issue manually. And I do not like doing that. So what if there was some way to get around this problem? What if there was some way to make sure this never happens again? Like, to anyone. And the solution is simple for all of you except this one guy. It's test coverage, but test coverage that you can trust. We just need test coverage for WASM. We just need WASM test coverage. We just need WASMCov, right? But how come there is none? How come nobody solved this before? I mean, Rust has been around for years, and WASM is used all over the place. So why did nobody solve these layering issues? The answer is that it's really not that easy. And in the meantime, I've spent a lot more time around, like for example, WASM Rust working group. So I found out that a lot of tooling is actually sort of getting deprecated all the time and under-supported. And the solution that we found doesn't easily present itself. It requires understanding and digging through compiler internals, which is something that most normal developers won't find themselves doing. They will just put more time into manual QA. But I'm not a normal developer. I'm a guy that's way too into testing, right? So let's talk about compiler internals. Da-da-da-da-da. Rust's compiler is built on top of LLVM, low-level virtual machine, which is just like, you know, a dead name, a bit like GNU means Linux, whatever the thing is, or NPM not being a node package manager. It's one of those jokes at this point. And here's a short LLVM intermezzo. So traditionally, like in this guy's age, probably, you had your C compiler written for x86 runtime, or actually i386 back then, or something. And that was a compiler going straight from source code to the assembly. And each compiler had its own optimization stuff to make sure that code translated well to the assembly. The idea with LLVM is that there is a middle layer. Source code to LLVM to assembly. And it's a much more modular concept. All you need is one assembler, and which does LLVM to assembly for each architecture. So i386 or x86, ARM, or WASM 32, right? And then you need a front end, yes, a front end for a programming language, which does source code to LLVM. Have you guys ever felt like front-end developers working in your fancy high-level programming languages? Because yeah. And then you can get all the optimizers somewhere in here that are going to work on some intermediate representation of the code, which is like very, very universal. And in order to make a new language, all you need is to write a front-end for a new language, and if you want to make a new architecture like RISC, you can just make a new assembler on that side. So it's pretty easy to expand, to make new languages and stuff like that. And yes, LLVM is a pretty big tool suite. It has its own coverage tooling, like LLVM Cov. But, and of course there are buts, today's society, over sexualization, whatever, blah. It doesn't support WASM binaries. It supports pretty much all other architectures, I mean, all three of them, just not WASM. And there's a little bit more to that, but it mostly comes to WASM being a bit young. In short, you can read more detail here, but the workaround needs to happen due to the LLVM Cov map, which is the mapping from source code to like the coverage data that's required by LLVM Conf. It doesn't exist in WASM. It's just gone for some reason. I haven't gone into Rust internals enough for that yet. And to fix this, we do a little trick. We interrupt at the intermediate representation step. So we take Rust code to IR as if it's being compiled for the WASM 32 target, and we just emit that IR with a little Rust flag, and we can play with it a little bit later. And then we let everything continue as it does to WASM, and we run that WASM, and that WASM is going to be run in a special way with profilers, and it's going to actually generate some coverage data. And to map that coverage data that's generated, we actually cross-compile that IR for WASM to x86, because LLVM Cov does support a normal x86 object file. But this will not work by default because, WASM doesn't have normal memory management. It has memory size and memory grow, which are WASM specific. But fortunately, we no low-level assembly, so we can just go back to that assembly and snip whatever we want off, which means just turn all the functions into unreachable, because by pure magic, it still works even if there's no real source code and just function names there. So we do a little regex operation, and we convert the IR to a very minor version of the IR. And then we can run LLVM cov and get like a coverage report. Oopsie. But there is a lot more. This was just like a single step workaround, which then still required another about 100 hours to get coverage working for a single project. So while this coverage generation step would allow like a master to generate project coverage for their thing, it's like a Stack Overflow issue with the comment like, never mind, figured it out, here's a simple workaround, and then you're wondering like 2 years later, what the fuck was that guy thinking? It's no path for somebody that's actually just getting into any field. And it doesn't help your average project very much because nobody's gonna spend time on this. And I don't like that. I really like sharing stuff. Like I play mandolin and guitar a bit. So when I find some issues in chords, I go and I make a little pull request on Ultimate Guitar, right? And update everything. So it's just what I like to do. So for this, I wanted to make it something that would work well and that would be easy to use. And for that, I had to take a step back from our client's code, which was blockchain stuff, to the general area, which was WASM stuff and WASM problems. And the problems are the same as, you know, embedded programming. It's a very limited runtime. You're maybe not even going to have a normal file write I/O. Actually, talking to the Google guy, WASM just released, so Byte Alliance, the guys that are standardizing WASM, they just released a standard for file I/O. It didn't exist a month ago for WASM, so yeah. And with these limited resources, some stuff like a profile or file writes, most people don't know how to work without those. So even if we generate the coverage data, we need a way to get it out. And for Rust, there's a library called Minikov, which is a no STD, no profiler runtime way to get stuff out, which just does the profiler directly in there somewhere and allows you to handle the profiler data as you want. And then you can pipe it however you want. In this case, for blockchain, that means either some weird state mutations on chain or logging, like just gigabytes of logs, because that's an option, or just like a custom function actually added to the virtual machine that's running WASM, which is a very clean solution, but requires more modification. And it took a while, but we did our best, and we actually created the library, which allows you to set up something like this pretty easily. So Cargo WASM-Cov setup sets all the Rust flags and prepares the environment, make sure you're handling all your prof raw files. Then you just build and run your WASM tests, and you finalize what generates the report. And that's actually the final product. This is a shorter version of the task because there's a lot of internals, but I've put a lot of QR codes everywhere where you can read more about how it's done. But in short, the Rust flags are, you know, a no profile runtime, instrument coverage, and emit LLVM IR to get everything out, plus a bunch of little, you know, utility stuff like getting LLVM installed, making sure it's the correct version, that it matches the Rust compiler version. Making sure that the WASM compiles are handled correctly, because we need to make sure that they're used by tests and that we provide them to tests correctly and that we have a nice interface for that, as well as that they are still within custody of our tool, because we want everything to be automatic and then don't want people to have to write like a long shell script to do this. And this whole thing is also a Rust library that you can just use in Rust code. So it's pretty easy to integrate in like a whole build process. And this is not a Rust-specific problem, so this is also valid for writing WASM in any other language if you want coverage. And we're looking forward to porting this to other languages maybe in the future. But I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Let me first do a little demo, hopefully. And then, so the Scripto coverage command, it's like one project that integrated us. It leads to a pretty quick generation of a coverage report. And as you can see, it's a standard like Istanbul coverage report. Function line region coverage. You can open, inspect any file. It actually also handles dependency coverage for now. And you can see what needs to be better tested. It has all the standard support of a report, counts, invocations, etc. And this also opens the possibility for future integration with advanced testing tools, like coverage guided fuzzing, anyone? Mutation testing, anything really that relies on coverage and tests passing or not passing properly. So that's more or less the run-through of the tool. For now, it's being integrated by WASMPack, WASM BindGen, which are major Rust. They're taking our method. They're not actually taking the source directly for everything. Near Protocol and Radix, which I just demoed. So it's getting some adoption. It's useful, it's needed, but honestly, it should go upstream to LLVM. And I know there's a lot of questions probably in the audience about many different aspects because this was a bit hand-wavy right now. So yeah, on to you guys.
Thank you, Noah. So, questions? Okay. Jogging today. Maybe I feel a little bit.
Hi, I want to ask about this tool. I have an application written in Radix, and yeah, you seem surprised.
I am indeed.
You have indeed, okay, great. And I have some tests of the functions, and you mean that I can use this tool to verify the test coverage?
Yeah. It's integrated into Scripto coverage.
Oh.
It's still a little bit buggy, but it should provide you valuable input.
So I use only Scripto test?
It's like the actual. It's been added to the main interface. So you run the normal you run Scripto and then coverage, and that's it. And then all the scripts run.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
Okay, just make sure. For now, we need to fix this bug. Make sure LLVM is installed as versioned. So if you just have LLVM cov, right now it's not going to work. You need to make sure it's like LLVM cov 17 or something, depending on your Rust compiler version. So yeah, that's it.
Perfect.
Hi, I have a couple of questions. The first one, if I understood correctly, you are cross-compiling from the LLVM IR to x86-64.
Yeah.
But what if the smart contract platform runs on ARM or RISC? Does it make a difference? I mean, do you have to cross-compile to those ISAs?
I don't think there's any smart contract platform that runs full runtime like that. They're all either very, very customized runtimes written in a specific language, where they need to handle all of their tooling themselves and we cannot help them. Or if they're using WASM, then they're using one of the many WASM runtimes, like WASM time, WASMer, WASM.io, blah, blah, blah. There's like a gazillion of them, like 30. So, and they all have slightly different features. But it's all WASM in that case, you know, and it has WASM
okay.
issues.
Okay. And the other question is, like, would your tool change when WASM has a garbage collector, because there is this proposal to have a garbage collector?
I don't think that's going to affect profiling in this way. No, that's
Okay.
like it's going to be part of the profiler, but I doubt they're going to upgrade. Plus, you know, all these runtimes do not support a garbage collector. So but this is not like runtime based. This is compiler level. As you can see, the code never has to run. We are modifying some IR code, cross-compiling it. We're never running it. We're just using it as reference because we're fixing a bug somewhere in LLVM. Because WASM has...
So in theory, it could be dead code.
Yeah, it could be dead code, yeah. The specific regex that we use is actually just replace every single function body with unreachable, and that's it.
So, other questions? Jogging another time. I'm not so sporty as you can think.
So you said that in general there are a lot of false positives when using other tools, but how do WASM code behaves in terms of false positives for tests?
So there's no other tools. There's no way to get the coverage. It just isn't supported by the compiler. Like, this is the first tool. It's a workaround. It's not a permanent solution, but you know, until upstream gets fixed, it could be 2 years. I mean, it's been 3-4 months now that this exists, and nothing's really been fixed upstream. So in 2 years, maybe you'll still be using this, you know, if you're unlucky enough.
But as we understood earlier, no one used coverage.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter, you know. You came to the wrong talk. You came for me to tell you how you're a bad programmer, or how you're not using coverage, to warn you about all these issues, and to tell you how I created this awesome tool that's going to allow you to use coverage, just for you to go back home and eat that sweet bowl of, that sweet tub of ice cream that's called not using coverage.
I have a question for the audience. Now, how many of you are going to use coverage?
I know you're lying, okay? I know you're lying.
I think so too, but I still have a hope, a last hope. Tipo Sanchez, Last Jedi, the last hope. So, other questions? Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, Noah. Thank you. Thank you. This is your trophy for the whistle, of course, or only for the whistle, of course. And thank you to be here today.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
If you have any questions about like security stuff, I'll be around here somewhere, so feel free to find me.
Okay, as I said, this is last talk for today in this room. If you want, you can change the room and go in the alpha room for the keynote if you don't find any space because we are so much person. You can come back here and see the restream here. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. See you soon.
Are you okay? And tell me, it was, of course, scheduled. It was fake.
I hope you're not in pain.
All right. So, let's get on. Don't go.
So. Yeah. Oh, God, I'm back.
Yeah, we have 3 minutes for a Q&A.
Yeah, questions.
And, of course, the trophy shortly. Well deserved, I must say. Well deserved.
Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, I'll throw this back on. I will say it's a pretty